Okay, so before we get into this, there are a plethora of content warnings attached to all of this situation. So those are going to be in the introduction section, and we will get to them when we do. Just please be aware, this is not a video for the faint of heart, but I would appreciate you guys hearing out all of our stories as we come forward about Hopeless Peaches and Lumitro. Thank you. Whenever I think of internet drama and how I prefer to address it in my day-to-day life as a catboy online, I tend to think back to a situation from 2023, being the Quite situation. For those unaware, the basic summary is that a user on Twitter came forward claiming to have been assaulted and abused by YouTuber Quite. This situation sparked massive amounts of people to rally around this individual to support them, and in the process used their own platforms to tear Quite down to the ground, including making fun of the very situation that this person was traumatized by. However, in March of 2023, Quite would come back with a video entitled For the Record. His video debunked all the allegations against him and is seen nowadays as a masterclass in how to clear one's name from accusations of the worst things imaginable. Quite's vulnerability was put on full display like never before, and the internet believed his evidence and condemned a supposed victim for being the perpetrator of harassment for months against someone who never deserved it. I've especially thought back on the Quite situation more recently. The major takeaway from this entire situation should have been that supporting victims is encouraged, but digging into information and waiting for the other side's testimony and evidence is something that needs to be ingrained into these large-scale internet accusations. Yet somehow, we're witnessing a repeat of the Quite situation on a smaller scale, with the accusations against YouTuber LioConvoy after Hopeless Peaches and Lumitro came out with statements against him, claiming various forms of abuse, albeit with no evidence. I would have thought people would have learned the first time that waiting for the other side is encouraged before making a full judgment, but yet we're sitting here in the same situation again. So now, we give you that other side that always needs to come out. There's something you all don't know about Hopeless Peaches and Lumitro. We are their victims, and we would like a word. Hello, so this is going to be a more serious video today. I know we normally try to keep things more upbeat on this channel and complain about fighting games or whatever, but today is just not one of those times. There are a lot of content warnings that I need to put in this video, which are now on screen for all of you to see. It is important you're all aware of what we're discussing here. If you take nothing else away from this video, it's important that I say this now. Myself and my friends have been used, manipulated, and abused in silence by Hopeless Peaches and Lumitro, and we will not be silenced any longer. I ask you all to hear our stories, see our evidence, and listen. These two people are despicable and don't deserve your praise, attention, or support. They silently abused all of us for too long, so today we speak up. You'll probably notice that this video is multiple hours long because of how many testimonies, interviews, Discord logs, etc. we have to go through, so get your snacks and please sit down and take in all of our stories. Peaches and Lumi hurt so many people, and we want to make sure that if either of them try to come back to the internet, they can't. So let's begin our story with explaining the major people involved in all of this. Before jumping into all of our stories and what prompted all of this to come out, we need to illustrate the main players in this story and how we got here. So who is Hopeless Peaches? Hopeless Peaches was a commentary channel and artist who is prominent in the art commentary community for years. They would do content exposing bad actors in the commentary community and dabbled in predator hunting by being a platform for the Camila Cuevas and Glitchtail situations. Peaches had come under fire a few different times in the commentary community, but the first time that this occurred was with the Creepshow art situation of 2020 to 2021. For a full recap of that situation, there are videos out there that explain the entire situation with Toby Majestic, Prismmate Luke, Kai, Omnia, Creepshow, Spoctor, and everyone else involved. After this, the community would end up taking a split approach to Hopeless Peaches going forward. They had their detractors like Zay, previously Kai, Omnia, etc., but would end up associated with another individual that we need to introduce, as his story is very important to expose. So now, who is LioConvoy? LioConvoy is a commentator and toy reviewer who had previously been a predator hunter for around 4 years. He would later drop predator hunting in 2023, and it's even stated as much in the Senate, which we'll explain here soon. Lio is no stranger to earning himself enemies over the internet due to his no-nonsense approach to dealing with people online. Lio has gone to bat against the likes of Cass Warfox and the Fox Mafia, Spoctor, Zay, Veritas, Phagos, and others. However, Lio also has had people close to him that he has had to publicly disavow in the past, including Joshua Vita and Coyote Lovely, his closest friend, until he was caught flirting with and colluding with Zoophiles in early 2023. Lio has strict moral standards that rarely break. However, Lio has been under fire in the past for some of his actions and calls that he's participated in, including the Rosa Ray Ramsey call that has been beaten to death by now from late 2022, 2022, which we'll talk about soon, and the Jibs call from very early 2023, which we'll also get into. Lio has been consistently improving his behavior since mid-2023, where the Senate would begin to restructure, but it doesn't stop many of Lio's detractors and enemies from using past mistakes against him. While we can all agree criticism of Lio's actions present and past is deserved and necessary, focusing solely on one case in most situations, being the Rosa call, is not, especially if you disregard the multitude of changes made after the call, and don't bother to look into them either. On top of this, Lio and Peaches are ex-found family. We'll talk more about their relationship when we get to it, but put a pin in that relationship. It will be extremely important later. Now, who is Lumitro? Lumitro, shortened to Lumi, is an artist who also moderated the Senate in the past before leaving, and we'll talk about how he did. Lumi was one of the more aggressive moderators on staff in the Senate and was frequently interacting with people there. Lumi and Peaches are very close friends to the point of toxicity, and we'll talk about that here soon. And Lumi and Lio also butted heads a lot. I would know, having sat in on moderator meetings where they did just that. It was to the point where Lumi would be screaming at Lio in some of these calls, but we'll detail that more soon. Now, I've mentioned the Senate quite a few times. What is that? The Senate is a Discord server owned and run by LioConvoy, focused on conflict resolution and dealing with difficult situations online. The server was restructured in late 2023 due to the need to move away from past behaviors the Senate was known for and to revamp the server's look. Now the Senate is far more inhabitable than it was in the days of early 2023 and back, having changed from a former barbarian blood sports server to a community server for artists, content creators, and community members to just hang out. Hopeless Peaches was a moderator in the Senate for some time before leaving in early 2024, as was Lumitro. I was also a moderator there for a few months before I stepped down during the fallout of this situation I'll be discussing, not because of this, but because of the fact that moderating Senate is a time-consuming task that as a streamer and content creator was a lot for me to handle. However, I am still there as a terabyter, which are those that help Lio and other moderators with research, scripting, and evidence for videos. It's really slay. So Peaches and Lio are commentators, Lumi is an artist, all three of these people are Senate moderators, and they are all close to one another in various capacities. With those out of the way, we know who everyone is, what they do, their relevance to the story, etc. So now let's discuss the meltdown of the Senate on March 18th, 2024. So, when discussing the run-up to Lumi and Peaches going nuclear on the Senate in mid-March, we need to go back to February 22nd, 2024, which is where the first of two major incidents that prompted Lumi and Peaches to do what they did occur. There was a Senate call on this day for one Raven Pines. Why is this the call that began the Senate derailment, though? It's because it was really bad. Weirdly, though, this Senate call wasn't awful for the normal reasons that Senate calls tend to be bad. Often, they are criticized for going too harshly on people unrighteously. However, the Raven Pines situation was quite the opposite, where people came away from the call thinking it was nowhere near the harshness it should have been at. Raven Pines was an SEC member that was taken into the Senate for their disgusting actions that they encouraged minors to discuss in videos of their own admission. During this call, Lio was attempting to understand the capacity of Raven, who is on the spectrum. The reason was simple: to find out just how much of the situation and their actions they actually understood. Grace he had not given Rosa back in the call in 2022. However, this invasive questioning due to him overcorrecting since he didn't want to repeat the mistakes from the Rosa call was going a little bit too far and entered into ableist territory accidentally. It should be noted that this was an accidental thing where Lio did not know he was going too far at first because he was viciously getting grilled for the now infamous Rosa Ray Ramsey call both publicly and privately from Peaches and Lumi. In the call, he was viciously screaming at and insulting Rosa, who was on the spectrum, and there were times that Lio was extremely ableist in call and disgusting in 2022. In trying to understand how to address Raven, he overstepped and moderators were concerned that the questioning would lead to Raven giving out personal information that was not required for the conversation. During that call, Peaches actually tagged Lio in the side chat for the gallery, asking him to stop this form of questioning. But here's the thing, Lio didn't see that due to him being at work and unable to see the message. For anyone who doesn't know, Discord Mobile does make it kind of hard to get into open chats easily, especially if you're busy doing other things. Lumi then stepped up to the plate asking about Lio's questioning methods, which Lio explained, but Lumi didn't stomp him down for it. And Lumi would later lie about this, don't worry, we'll get there. Then Peaches jumped up into the gallery to speak and server muted Lio in front of over 100 people. Now, will I say Lio's questioning was right? No. Will I say that Aaron was right to server mute Lio? Absolutely not, because then Hidden Sunny and I had to step up to take over the situation that we had extremely limited knowledge about because Lio left the call. The thing is, in hindsight, I didn't even handle Raven properly at all because I had zero context of what the hell we were even discussing and had to step up in the call because Aaron fucked us all over by immediately leaving and not stepping up to handle the call that they derailed. And then Lumi would also leave the call as well. Thanks guys for derailing a call that was actually serious that we now can't properly do justice in. I actually apologized to Doodle Tones personally after the call all because I later got context of what all Raven had done, and it was far worse than what I thought we were initially dealing with. The reason an apology went directly to Susie was because she was the one dealing with Raven initially before bringing them into the Senate. Susie is talking about it in her own video on the Raven Pine situation, so go watch that. That was then ragged on in what I perceive here to be the first major inciting incident that would lead to Lumi going on hiatus from the Senate and Peaches leaving in late February. The second major incident, though, requires more context to be given. We actually need to look at a different situation regarding one Crystal Flame. Crystal Flame is known for their work on the Glitchtail community, where Crystal did a bulk of the work to expose dozens of people for being harmful to children, grooming them, and exposing them to things children should have never been exposed to at that young of an age. Crystal had previously worked with Peaches over this very subject, making videos on the actions of Camilla Cuevas, Nyx the Shield, Artie Chan, and others. However, in February of 2024, just days after the Raven Pines call that jump-started Lumi and Peaches' takedown on Lio, Crystal would bring to Lio and Peaches that Peaches had some leaked screenshots of the things that Peaches had done under the influence of their groomer at the age of 18 and 19 in amino chats where they had a lack of a filter around minors. The evidence for this was rather bleak, but still Crystal wanted answers to what happened. Crystal would then go into a call with Lio and Peaches. The call was rather unfortunate, but was recorded and used for later. We'll get there. Then Crystal would share the thread that they made on Hopeless Peaches on February 26, 2024, showing this evidence before talking with Lio and Peaches about it. Later that night, myself and Lio would go into a call with Crystal and Water Dorito 13, which is Crystal's partner, and explain everything. By this point, Lin had also talked with Crystal as well. Eventually, we began making a video on Crystal and what they had done by the pushing of Aaron to make the video happen. Repeatedly, we did actually have second thoughts about the video, wondering why we went so far as to make one in the first place. We did a lot to justify that this was for the good of Peaches, and Peaches made sure we felt it was necessary by constantly reiterating how terrible Crystal was and exaggerating the claims that Crystal made, so we would upload the video on March 13th, 2024. And the video was extremely mixed in reception, hitting around a 66% like to dislike ratio. It was not optimal. This was mainly not helped by the fact that two of Lio's ex-family members, Jordan and Jay, were spinning allegations against Lio already that were being run with as fact. Lio also discusses these allegations in his own video as well. After this, Crystal themselves would make a response that would explain the calls much more, give context to statement, and debunk a lot of things said about them and their partner Water Dorito. The video was positively received and would cause Lio's video to begin receiving more and more dislikes. Before the video though, Lumi, who we mentioned earlier, began a countdown on his profile in the Senate and in the Rules of Nature. It began with 7 days remain on March 11th and would count down day by day. But we speculate that this plan was set into motion after the Crystal script was shown to Peaches. Eventually, with heavy speculation as to what was going to happen on that day, March 18th, 2024 happened. On that fateful day, Lumi would drop massive bombshell statements in the Senate announcements channel that would describe and discuss that Lio was an abusive individual who needed to be exposed for what he had allegedly done to not only Lumi and K Cosmic, who you'll hear from later, but Hopeless Peaches, who was already out of the Senate by then. Peaches' statement in particular was the most damning, accusing Lio of mental, emotional, and verbal abuse. There was a lack of evidence, but with claims this damning, many people were looking to believe Peaches due to the fact that several things lined up with Jay and Jordan's statements. We will also blissfully ignore the fact that several things also contradicted their statements, but whatever. These statements would also attach to the Supreme Court, which was Hidden Heroin, another Senate Moderators server. The server was then used as a way for people to escape the Senate and go to a server run by some former Senate Moderators and those closer to Lumi and Hidden. The Senate bled about 150 members in 2 days, while the Supreme Court gained around 340. It was truly a mass exodus for the Senate. Many people actually stayed in the Senate to hear both sides of the argument, which I clarified in my own statement that I dropped about an hour later. The statement I dropped was more so saying that I was going to wait for both sides and that I gave Lio an ultimatum in regards to him getting help in therapy. Also, a side note, because we will be talking about a certain individual who made a video on me later saying that I forced Lio to get therapy. Lio was already in therapy a separate time before all of this happened, like months prior, so no, I did not force him to get therapy. Lio is actually confirmed to be consulting a new therapist, which is pretty great, and was actually already therapy shopping before March 18th. The statement I made was retracted later that day as I found out more information, which we'll get into here soon. So, with the Senate undergoing a mass exodus all at once and people taking the side of Peaches in all of this, what caused everything to change? Well, it's that me and all of the other victims of Peaches were ready to burn down theirs and Lumitro's names. They've tortured us for too long. So, let's discuss what Peaches and Lumi did to those in Peaches' personal server. This is where our first set of victims comes in. So now we're going to enter the darker territory with these logs. It's important to note that the people in these logs, including myself, may be victims of Peaches, but it does not excuse all of our behavior. There are still things we had to address and discuss, which you'll hear about soon, myself included. So what server are we specifically discussing with all of this? This server is known as the Burger King. It is Hopeless Peaches' personal server that they used initially to hang out with those they considered close friends. Close friends is an exaggeration though, as a lot of us haven't even spoken to Peaches properly, and barely knew them for between 2 and 4 weeks, only through shared VCs. However, we need to go over who is in this server so we know who everyone is. The first is Aaron, or Hopeless Peaches, then there's Aiden, which is Lumitro. They are the two major culprits in all of this. Then we move to the involved people and then get to the less involved individuals. The involved group is Hidden Heroine, who is referred to in the logs as Zakraut. Sin He Chaos, or just Sin, is labeled as the Anti-Twink. Psy Illustration is just Psy, and Billiam and K Cosmic retain their names. They all have things to answer for 100%, and they'll be addressed in due time, and these people were subject to the awful things Peaches and Lumi subjected us to. Then the last two people would be Untitled Sunny and myself, who were also subject to horrific treatment. We were the two least active users in the server and had the least to answer for, but still. So what's in this server? Let's split things up a little bit, why don't we? We'll start out by discussing the crude humor within the server. As for why I didn't call this out sooner, there's 2 reasons. The first is that I simply wasn't actively looking in the chat super often, and the second is that I was the only person to be booted out of the Burger King server in these logs, which will be important later when we discuss a certain instance later. So there were multiple instances of the use of slurs that were actually asked to be refrained from happening, including the use of the F slur and the R slur. Also, I just find it extremely funny that Peaches was harping on Lio for the use of the R slur, which he eventually took out of his vocabulary, but Aaron wants to do it behind closed doors? Answer that. These happened on and off. It wasn't super frequent, and I was the one to voice discomfort around the use of the F slur specifically, and it didn't happen around me. It's more so just that it was used. Obviously, I won't be reading out any of these, as they're censored on screen now. Then there's the shit talking of other Senate moderators in there, and it's unclear whether or not it was addressed in the call itself, because all of these came from VC side chats, including Lumi taking shots at Asukagumi, who you'll hear about later, and DN Dolce. So along with all of this, there became further questions raised surrounding Lio specifically, and we will get into the awful story he has with Hopeless Peaches very soon, don't you worry. In these logs, there are a few specific things that I will be pointing to that puts the server's behavior on full display, and things that Peaches did that were downright illegal upon further investigation. The first thing would be that Lio was actually painted as abusive to the rest of the server long before the allegations from Peaches specifically would be released. Peaches was feeding those of us in the server with story after story, instance after instance. All of this was in an effort to discredit and frame Lio. Lio was told by Peaches to be abusive, aggressive, manipulative, and threatening. All things we would later learn were projections onto Lio from Peaches' own behavior. It would happen somewhat regularly, especially in the lead-up to the BK server's plot to destroy the Senate that almost worked. The problem is that I would begin to see through this, hence why I became less and less active in the server over time. What was the inciting instance of this? That would be when Lumi and Peaches insinuated that Lio was putting off the Crystal Flame video for his Miku Month short series. This is a lie, and let's talk about it. So in these screenshots, you may have noticed that I was also saying things in them, 2 things in particular. The first being me criticizing a joke made by Lio in the call that both Lumi and I shut down, which was Lio joking about using Miku music in the background of the Crystal video. I didn't think that was a joke, hence the way I responded negatively. The second was when I criticized Lio for how long the video was taking. This statement was actually to get Aaron to shut the fuck up about this. I knew how hard Lio was working on that video to appease Aaron, and frankly, I was disgusted with how Aaron acted, but I started playing my cards a little more carefully around this time. I've apologized to Lio for the comments I made in the server privately, but also publicly. Lio, regardless of whether it was to keep up facades or not, I do genuinely apologize for what I said. The issue with the statements is this. Lio was never putting the video aside for Miku Month. For anyone unaware, Miku Month is a month that Lio ran in March where he reviewed various Hatsune Miku figures for the entire month of March. These videos were pre-edited and pre-recorded about a week in advance at a time. The instance referred to here on March 10th is rather interesting because this was a scripting session that I was sitting in on. In fact, there are 2 instances where this happened, being March 6th and March 10th, and both of them have very similar stories. So let's talk about the 6th. During that day, Lin was required for the scripting of that video. On that day, though, Lin was at a concert for several hours. So, with time to kill, because scripting couldn't go further without Lin there, Lio did his Miku Month shorts for the next couple weeks so he could put his effort into that video for the rest of the week. Lumi, you were also on the call when that happened. For you to run to Peaches and lie boldly to their face and strike fear in the rest of the server is just disgusting. Especially because you knew that Hidden at the time was working on the script for the Crystal video for Lio. And even in the logs, you can see that Aaron was mentally breaking down because of Lumi being a fucking liar. This then led into the comments that we've seen above, but I went around Lumi's back to both Hidden and Sunny, expressing that I was finding Lumi's behavior of running around to Peaches to lie about Lio's behavior in Senate extremely alarming, considering that by this point, Peaches was using their ideation against us already. We will get there. Sunny and Hidden did agree with me there and waited to see how it would play out, hoping it would get away. Then it got uglier. Remember when I said that there were things that Aaron did that were illegal? Let's talk about that. To explain the illegal recordings that Aaron was doing against Lio, we need to go back to how we even figured this out, meaning we need to go back to the Raven Pine Senate call discussed earlier. Let's talk about what happened directly after that call occurred and the mods were at each other's necks. Lio in the moderation call afterwards was really annoyed with Aaron for server muting him because of the constant overcorrection that Aaron had already been putting on Lio in recent times. Lio tried to express his grievances only for Aaron and Lumi to try and get the BK server fired up over this expression of feelings. You'll notice a common theme of Peaches' feelings mattering more than anyone around them. That'll be a constant thing. After this, there were two calls that Aaron and Lio would then have in private. In the first, Lio did raise his voice at Aaron when Aaron was trying to defend their actions. Again, not yelling, just a tone change. Aaron then went to all of us and started telling us Lio verbally abused them and yelled at them over trying to take their own life. This was never proven in the calls, and in fact, the next call makes Peaches look awful in retrospect. On February 23rd, Peaches and Lio had another private call recorded without Lio's consent, which was then streamed to the Burger King server. With the context that Peaches gave us, the call was played, which showed Peaches grilling Lio for his behavior and actions and telling him how bad of a person he was. By the end, Lio sounded genuinely hurt. To our eyes watching this call, we saw a person snapping back at the person who the night prior had berated them for their own issues being called out. Now though, I just see it as Peaches doing damage control on all of us to further justify their plan and verbally abusing Lio to our faces and showing it like a victim. Because that's exactly what it was. Here's the thing though, Peaches, I now know your calls were illegal. The United Kingdom, where Peaches lives, actually requires all party consent for calls to be recorded, which was not given as it was recorded in private against Lio's wishes. Peaches literally framed this to turn all of us against Lio to make their actions later on more justified and use their mental health against Lio, and then used it once again to instate rage in us against him. So now I'm going to talk about the darkest subject in the Burger King server before we get into the Senate Meltdown being plotted and how it was affecting those in the server. That would be the use of Peaches' mental health and suicidal ideation against us to keep us quiet. And Lumi was severely affected by this, which is absolutely something I can attest to in the logs that I had on that situation. There were also multiple other people that witnessed this happen, including Cosmic, Sin, and Hidden. By my count, there are 5 documented times that this happened to us in text or voice call, with Cosmic, Sin, and Hidden saying it happened far more in voice chats, including multiple instances where Peaches would mute themselves for 20 minutes mid-discussion, attempt to overdose on painkillers, and then come back and unmute while the whole call panicked. And Lumi was approached about calling help for Aaron, but refused to do so under the assumption he knew how to handle an overdose from an ocean away. This is even more disgusting considering Aaron was likely to attempt again in voice call. It is a clear example of Lumi putting Aaron's mental health above anyone else's, including the people in the server, as he'd rather allow us to be traumatized more than the risk of possibly traumatizing Aaron. It was fucking awful. The turmoil those involved were put through was extreme, and it messed with all of our heads severely. I certainly know with the stress of everything going on was also weighing on everyone. Speaking from personal experience, I dropped about 1/7 of my body weight at one point, going from 140 pounds to 120 from late January to March. It also doesn't help that I do have issues with food, but that is not the discussion I'm looking to have today. Other members like Hidden and even Lumi to an extent were experiencing extreme levels of stress, including constant throwing up, nausea, heartburn, and more from stress. That doesn't even mention the massive lack of sleep, because some of us were forced to stay in voice chats for days at a time to babysit Aaron, listening to them sleep, and only sleeping when we knew someone else was there and they were awake because we were terrified of what would happen if we left them alone. And if we left without explaining or at the wrong moment, Aaron would immediately get paranoid or break down and spiral again. While all of this was going on, we who were Senate mods were forced to act like none of this was going on. We dared say a word to Lio or anyone publicly, there would be the threat of Peaches harming themselves or worse. Hidden actually said that they were going to stay in the Senate after Cosmic and Lumi said that they were going to leave, which was followed by Peaches trying to attempt in the call right after Hidden said that. Not only this, but by Hidden's own testimony, Aaron said that they knew it wouldn't kill them because they didn't have enough painkillers due to an attempt the prior day, but they continued forward with it, letting everyone think they were going to die. It was absolutely targeted. There were instances where Peaches would mention that Lio would threaten them with a psych ward if they couldn't get help. I used to think that was something that was far-fetched and weird to say to Peaches. But having lived it for a fraction of the time he did, I can say confidently that he was right about Peaches needing actual help. Instead, we were all tortured with Peaches' own issues. This moves us into the plotting against Crystal. While the Raven Pine stuff happened on February 22nd and continued into the 23rd, the Crystal Flame stuff would follow after the 25th of February. There's a reason that in the second call with Crystal, Lio and I sound a bit stumbly at times in the calls. We were doing the most to defend Peaches because of the threats against us by them. This isn't to say Crystal was perfect in their execution and everything they did, and I've said as much to their face. However, Lio and I were also in the wrong, be it under threat or not. So to Crystal, I do apologize for that. But with that out of the way, let's talk about the creation of the Crystal Flame video by Lio. The video was hell to produce because of the fact that we were all under this duress during this time. The Crystal video began work in late February and would go through two different script renditions. The first was written by Lio and the second was written by Hidden. So we have a lot more to address with that second version of the script than previously thought. The initial thought that was proposed by Doodletones was that Hidden was planning to sabotage the script for Aaron. However, in our call on the 28th of March, I learned that wasn't true at all.
For context, and if you want that context, I can explain what happened with the Crystal script.
I mean, we're here, so might as well.
So that script, I did not sabotage. I did not intentionally harm that script. I did not sit down and try to make that script worse than it was. I wasn't sabotaging the script by Aaron's request. Aaron conveniently left out the fact that they had publicly addressed Crystal's glitch-tailed up and misrepresented it as sexual roleplay, making the entire point of the script void. They repeatedly assured me that Crystal was dealt with in private, constantly. I learned from Crystal after the video was up that that was not the case, and I saw the link to the tweet that Crystal was talking about, and I went to Aaron with it, and I was like, what is this? And Aaron confirmed that it was true to my face, and that they had done it, or like they had posted a tweet back then for Camila's sake, because they wanted to call out Camila Cuevas on the stuff that was going on in the server. I was trying to write the script as truthfully as I could with what I knew at the time. It was just that Aaron left out information, and my intent was to help Lio because Aaron kept pushing for the video to go out as fast as possible, and I was aware that Lio was working on the Jay and Jordan script, so I wanted to help him, so Aaron left him the fuck alone and lighten his load.
So why was the script written by Hidden? Well, Hidden repeatedly pushed for the video's release before anything else, so Hidden offered to rewrite the first script with the notes left on it to lessen Lio's load and placate Aaron and give them peace, as the situation with Crystal was a source behind constant mental breakdowns and anger for Aaron and trauma for us. The script would have a heavy emphasis on clipping the calls and adding in screenshots proving points, rather than Lio playing the entirety of the calls like he normally does. The structure would be more or less similar to the likes of the Cass Warfox video. The script was written with context removed by Aaron lying to Hidden's face about pieces of evidence that absolutely would have changed the framing of the entire situation with Crystal. What was this missing evidence? That would be that Peaches had previously addressed the reading that Crystal did at the age of 18 in the Glitchtail server publicly already. Peaches' Twitter was gone, and they conveniently didn't give us that information. Otherwise, the entirety of the video would have been handled differently. Hidden even went through the calls and clipped them herself, so we really have no reason to think that anything was going to be based off of incorrect knowledge or be maliciously framed, as it wasn't intended that way by Hidden, just written on knowledge she had at the time. Aaron just didn't give any proper context and continued to frame Crystal as the worst of the worst to us all, especially through the comments left on the first script. Eventually, the new script would manifest in the form of a 40+ minute video that was made as a counterattack to the thread made by Crystal on the 26th. Fun fact, I was the editor on this video because I desperately wanted all of this shit to stop for Aaron and to stop them from spiraling and trying to harm themselves, and Crystal does know this. So by the end, when the video went sideways in reception because of the shaky ground it was on to begin with, Peaches and Lumi began plotting out their plan. According to Sinhe Chaos, the plan was initially just Lumi leaving the Senate, but would spiral further and further and further from that into blatantly false accusations that would be disproved by Lio's own testimony. By the time Saturday hit, the plan was being set into full motion, but Lumi and Peaches needed to fully convince us of the plan working. To do so, they used the Jibs calls that Aaron conveniently remembered only a few days before their plan was set in motion to intentionally scare me into leaving Senate and to drop Lio. This included pinging me and DMing me directly about it. On top of this, I had no evidence for the things that he did to Jibz. Interestingly enough, I asked for the Jibz call and was just told that I would get it the next morning. Lumi and Peaches never gave it to me and just decided to never give it to me to see, despite needing so desperately for me to be on their side. They also did something similar to Hidden, forcing Hidden to listen to the call while she was on a 5-hour car ride where she had no chance to look at the screen, let alone pause the call or pay proper attention to it. Now, I have seen the Jibz calls now, and they are really fucking bad. Sure, some things could have been chalked up to edgy jokes, but intention does not equal impact. I do feel for Jibz having been hurt in the way that he was, and you'll hear from Jibz later on in this video. And this goes back to my point that yes, Lio does have things that you can absolutely criticize him for. However, Peaches doing so in the way that they did is just downright disgusting and hypocritical. The next day, on Sunday the 17th, I was booted out of the Burger King server. Now, why was that? Well, Lumi had asked if I had renamed an alt account in the Senate to be named Aaron, which would have led to people thinking that the alt was Peaches. I said I didn't change it, and we never found anything in the bot logs saying anything about it. Then I was booted without warning, and I asked about the server. Lumi said he couldn't see it either, which made me worry about Aaron again. I asked Cosmic as well, and they said they couldn't see it either. I assumed the server was deleted until Cosmic told me the next day that the server was still there and they were forced by Lumi and Peaches to lie to me. It's clear that they made it the fuck up to boot me. The actual reason I was booted was off of suspicion that I would tell Lio about their plan and also talk about the things that the server was doing in my absence, such as posting images mocking Lio and mocking the grooming of Doodle Tones. I'm kinda glad that they had the foresight of doing that because oh my god, it would have wrung their fucking necks for that. They wanted me out because I would have absolutely seen that as too far, if I even saw it at all. Then there's the issue of the Supreme Court. The big issue with the Supreme Court is that it was pitched as a direct competitor to the Senate by those that attach statements. This was never supposed to be the case. In fact, it was intended to be Hidden Heroine's community server that Lumi set up to, according to Hidden, bribe her into leaving Senate under the idea that Hidden would not need the Senate if she had her own place with people in it, possibly from the Senate's former community. While inspired by Senate's template that Hidden at the time could not see, as the server was made on the same car ride that the Jibz call was played, Hidden never intended on it being Senate 2.0, merely inspired by it. Lumi obviously had different ideas. The problem was that Lumi was the owner of the server and couldn't be kicked. Eventually, both Lumi and Cosmic would end up leaving the server when shit began to hit the fan. However, the way Lumi left was just weird. Lumi made the server with the intention that the server was going to be used as Hidden's community, not what actually happened. Then Lumi left saying that he, quote, knew when he wasn't wanted, solely because he was asked to transfer ownership to Hidden, and then handed the server to Sin instead of Hidden. Lumi said the reason for this was because apparently Hidden wasn't fit to run a community in Lumi's eyes, despite the fact that all of this was for Hidden's community server, but what the fuck ever. When the statements dropped, Hidden was never notified of the plan to use the Supreme Court as a way for Senate members to disperse and have a server to continue similar antics to the Senate. Hidden found out when people started joining, which is kind of a problem when a plan like this goes down. Hidden was thrown the load of what responsibilities Lumi and Peaches had for doing the things that they did and was given a community with a particularly low bar for moderation, since moderators hadn't been chosen outside of Hidden, Sin, Lumi, and Cosmic. And Lumi and Cosmic were out of the server. In fact, on the first day of everything going down, Peaches used Lumi's alt to go into the Supreme Court and give their testimonies on everything. Interestingly enough, according to multiple people in the call, Peaches couldn't elaborate on any details when asked by anyone in the server for further details. Then, when Lumi and Cosmic both left, Hidden had no mod team. Now, she thankfully does, and I am on it. So, the Supreme Court is finally back on its feet, but the Senate certainly wasn't. The statements were left up by Lumi because of the moderators losing all mod access for about 8 hours due to Lio's PC account being the owner of the server, which he didn't have access to since he was at work. Lumi knew the timing of this and exactly what he was doing, including lying to Lio about getting the bot permissions and why he was doing it. Lumi literally got the bot permissions to demod every single moderator in that server so the statements couldn't go down, including Aaron's statement, which had Lio's full name out there. Now sure, we make jokes that Lio doxes himself pretty regularly, which is absolutely something that could be criticized, but like, why would you perpetrate that? That's just ew. Not only that, but due to the lack of moderation, people were happy to throw slurs around, harass Lio in call with no chance of being server muted or booted, and attacked one another relentlessly. After finding out so much information and diving back through all of the logs that I had, there were 3 individuals I specifically wanted to hear from. These 3 people would be K Cosmic, Sin He Chaos, and Hidden Heroine. They did some bad shit, but did turn around to help Lio through all of this, so I conducted interviews with all 3 of them. I will start out with the first interview that I did being for K Cosmic, who dealt a lot of damage, but was also immensely traumatized through all of this. So basically, the main things I wanted to ask you. So I guess to start, because obviously we have context of this, but anyone watching may not. So how did you get close with Aaron and Lumi?
So I actually got close with Lumi mostly first. I was in Senate, I was Peanut, and Lumi was playing Persona 5. I like Persona 5. I joined the VC and we got close for there. And then like as time went on, like we started, or rather Lumi started because I didn't have mod power. Started to like close off the chat when it hit a couple people, and that just kind of remained. And it became what we affectionately called it, the Kissing Women Corner, because we would talk about how like there was this one character personified that was pretty. So that was like a pretty consistent group, and Aaron kind of joined into that, and like that's how we became friends, Zach, and that's how I met a lot of the other people in like our circle, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, when was this?
Ooh,
when did it start?
Good question. So, before I started my last semester, so probably I joined Senate in August, but I didn't talk a ton until like after the Reformation, I think.
Yeah, you and me both, so I think that was December.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, December, January-ish was when it really, I started to, yeah, that lines up. December, January.
Yeah, because then we both became mods in February. Yeah. So from there, because obviously the Burger King logs are going to be released, and people will be able to see what's in them. So how did the Burger King server come around?
It was kind of sudden, honestly. I just kind of like got a DM from Aaron one day being like, server invite. And I was like, what's this? And I joined, and they're like, oh, it's just a server to hang out. I'm like, sure, bet. Like, because we had phased out the Kissing Women Corner because it was just like getting too exclusionary and weird.
Yeah, and I'll definitely elaborate on the Kissing Women Corner because it is how a lot of us ended up closed off from other people in Senate.
Oh God, you're right.
Yeah, because that's how Joe got weird with me. That was how a lot of us started getting funneled into BK. Yeah. That was, like, it was a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's how we got into BK, because I do remember it was also pretty sudden. And there were only 9 of us there. And then, so when did like behavior with Lumi and Aaron like start getting concerning?
I can't really pinpoint it, but I would say the first week or so in BK was like pretty chill. We had, I mean, I might be, I think there was definitely some like down moments in there because Aaron started being more, at the time, what I thought was more forthcoming with what was going on with them. But I would say a week or so in, and I noticed it, but I was honestly just like too blind to see that Aaron was manipulating us. But Lumi did feed into it a lot.
Yeah.
I don't have a fully formed thought on Lumi right now, but like they were really, he's really, really roped in. I think that Aaron created a perfect toxic relationship with Lumi. and it's concerning.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is something you and I remember. And we, if I remember correctly, we were both threatened about this, in different ways. Aaron began mentioning behavior concerning Lio. I was never actually shown evidence that Lio was actually like verbally berating Aaron in calls. And I was definitely never shown context of the calls. Were you ever shown context or shown that behavior?
So I was shown, there was one, and I think it was the post Raven Pines call where it was just them, and we listened to that. But and some of his conduct was harsh, but looking back, I think a lot of it was just like Aaron and Lumi really getting every word and twisting it to the point where they ramp each other up into being angry about it. And then it was like this narrative of Lio was created that was so horrifying that I thought that, you know, why would someone lie about this? But it just kept ramping up. It at first it was like, you know, there was this 8-month period where when Lio and I, like, Lio and Aaron, to be clear, came close, that he would yell at me every day, and I didn't see evidence of that because Aaron said it was in VC. I was like, okay. And apparently Aaron was, you know, having, like, age aggression during that, and Lio made graphic sexual comments, and I was like, damn, that's, like, insane. And just as time went on, I feel like the narrative, like, Aaron would remember more, and the narrative would get worse and worse and worse. And, like, just the world kept getting smaller. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I do remember times where the only call that was ever actually shown to us was the one where, oh my god, I think he was at work and Aaron was calling with him, so he wasn't fully focused in. But Lio was pretty calm in that, and then Aaron, like, did actually start going off at him.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, because I want to say it was you, me, Hidden, Lumi, and Aaron in that call. Yeah. And basically, it was made out to be like, oh, this is him at his best, like, to Aaron.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, a lot of the calls are like blend together because honestly, I don't know what was real from that. But I do kind of remember that call. And yeah, there was this very consistent thing of, like, when Lio would get, you know, a little too aggressive, in my memory, but again, my memory is quite warped in Aaron's perspective, so take that with a grain of salt. But, like, when he would get aggressive, there was always this, like, oh, well, this is, like, nothing like what happened during those 8 months. It's nothing like what happened during those 8 months. And like, continuously was like, you know, I don't have evidence. Wow, like, it must not be real. Which was a really great manipulation tactic to make us assure them that what they experienced was real and reinforce it in our own heads too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do remember that Lumi would constantly tell us not to go to Lio about these things. Aaron, I believe, so this is going to be a little bit touchier, but has Aaron threatened self-harm or suicide in relation to things being said in calls with you present?
Both. I've talked them down from self-harm and from attempting suicide. I think there were really two big incidents that involved attempting where they did attempt on their life, and it was really difficult because, one, obviously that's really distressing, and two, because it would happen after someone went even just slightly against the narrative that they were pushing. The second one I remember happened because Hidden said that they wanted to stay in Senate after we left. And it was just like immediate meltdown. I don't remember why the first one happened because I wasn't there, but it was probably something along the lines of getting stressed about it, and like we were told that to please not go to Lio about the attempts, and like because he apparently used to threaten them with calling the cops on them, and like putting them in a psych ward, which is now completely in question for me.
Okay, got it. Because Hidden has also talked about the second attempt that you mentioned. So that is a very real thing. So then also with that, has Lumi threatened you about anything when it came to going back to Lio about any of this?
I don't know. So he was just very much like keep it quiet and don't go to Lio, because that's what Aaron was saying, but like Lumi is, to be quite honest, just kind of an aggressive guy to speak to, so it's hard to tell when he's threatening something versus when he is just intensely talking. But he really didn't want anyone to go to Lio, because Aaron was very adamant about that and was adamant about us not going to anyone, even calling an ambulance for them when they had attempted to overdose. Yeah.
Okay. Did they say why they didn't want like anyone called, or
just because they like kept assuring us that like they knew what was going to happen and they were scared of going to the psych ward, which is allegedly something that Lio would threaten, but also because they, in a previous attempt before all of this, called like poison control about overdosing on the same pills, so they knew that they hadn't taken enough, and like it was just kind of, to be quite, it was a clusterfuck. But we kind of determined that they seemed okay enough. But yeah, they were very against us calling an ambulance, or even like their friend, their IRL like that lived relatively nearby, which, reflecting back on that, is strange. But I didn't have time to do so.
Yeah. So then, in relation to things in BK, when it came to like, because the vent chat is definitely the one with the most claims of Lio being an abuser, was there any evidence given by Aaron to back those claims, or was it all based off of Aaron's word alone?
Pretty much Aaron's word alone, and then they showed us like a call of him yelling at somebody, and they said, oh, this is what he sounded like. And that call was so distressing for me that I believed them, one, because like at that point we were pretty close and I didn't think that they would lie, and because it built upon the narrative in at the time was a pretty sensible way. But again, reflecting back on it, like that is a huge claim to make with no evidence. But every time like they would get depressed about stuff, it was always like, oh, well, I guess I'm faking it. And then we'd have to be like, no, you're not. Like, you know, why would you lie about experiencing this? And they would kind of be like, yeah, you know, why would I lie about that? So yeah, there was really no proof given.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then in relation to the statement that you made, because you were the only person from BK other than Lumi and Aaron to actually make a statement, I made one later that was basically like, I'm not going to be a mod here anymore, but please wait for both sides. What impact did Lumi and Aaron have on the statement you made?
Oh, what impact did they not have on the statement I made? So I wrote this because, to be honest, I was planning on leaving anyway, even regardless of like Aaron's claims of abuse. It was the Senate environment just was not for me. But as for my statement, I would, write some things, and then I always like consulted with Aaron, and then by extension Lumi, because he was there, about it, and being like, I don't want to overstep my bounds here. Like, is this okay? Put in. I know this is your experience. Like, can you just can you look over it? And every single time, Aaron's feedback was that I could go more and I could add more, and I should actually add this experience and this one. And at first, my document, I didn't call Lio an abuser. I talked about his alleged abuse of Aaron, but they actually got really upset about the fact that, quote unquote, no one was calling him an abuser in their statements, and that our statements need to corroborate each other. So I felt a lot of pressure there. I was shown a call that I was under the impression that the victim had given permission for them to use in the statement, or put out rather, and it turns out that they never got that permission, which was really shitty, because that is someone's story that is now out there. But their story really affected me as someone who, was in some similar circumstances, and Aaron really twisted that knife, and encouraged me to write more about my experience, and kind of got me fired up about it and told me to write more about it, either through like just getting upset with the stuff that I didn't put, or just encourage. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that is really fucked up. And just to clarify, this person's name is going to be bleeped when I say it. This is about. Okay. Just wanted to check. So, when it came to the BK server, I know, to my knowledge, I was booted from BK, but I never got a full answer why. Can you elaborate on me, and was Hidden still in BK?
Yes, I believe. Were they?
Okay. Can you elaborate on why I was taken out of it?
So that was the night before we left Senate. So I was still like gathering stuff. We were all kind of very anxious getting ready for this, and there was an alt in Senate that was used to like play a prank one time. Like, we were all in there, but it was kept in there, and Aaron and Lumi had access to it. However, the alt's name in Senate was changed to Aaron. and there was like, freak out about this of like, oh my gosh, like did it, and like, wait, was it Zach? And I was like, why the Zach? Why would that be Zach? I was like, what about the bot logs? And Aiden checked both, like both logs of like, server like shit, and couldn't find anything. So, and then like I was like, okay, so it probably isn't him. And then they DM you, and you were like, I don't know. And by the time Lumi was saying like, oh, I don't think it was them, you were gone. Aaron booted you. And I was like, wait, what? Like, but why? And then Aaron got really paranoid about like stuff getting leaked. That was just another like crisis. And yeah, and Lumi then lied to you to your face and basically said I should lie as well. So I did, because I was stressed the fuck out. And I was like, you know what? I'll probably just tell them after everything goes down. Whatever. And I did. And it sucked.
Yeah. And I thank you for doing that, and I forgive you for it, because obviously you were under a lot of distress during all of that. And it doesn't matter that I was kicked, because now we have all of the logs.
Yeah, honestly.
So.
I mean, you dodged a bullet.
And yeah. Also, so quick question. Do you by chance remember that there was a time where the chat was renamed Creeperman Orbiter?
What?
There was a point in time where the status of the voice call was named Creeperman Orbiter.
What the hell? No, I was not there for that. Or if I was, I did not see that. Damn.
Okay.
Aaron and Lumi did make comments about Lio and you. They framed it, pretty sure it originated from Peaches, that Lio was basically roping you into being his next kid, and all of the implications that come with that from Aaron. That was really scary, because I have icky older experiences with older men, not Lio, but like, and I said, I had told both Aiden and Aaron about that experience. And so they would, it was mostly concern, but it wasn't like good faith concern, I guess, now. But a lot of it was just like worry that because you were 18 and he was older, that like, oh, that it was creepy. And like, I just got mad uncomfortable during those conversations, man. I didn't enjoy those because that was pretty obviously not what was happening. The place where my concern came in, and I think I even expressed this to you at one point, was like, I don't want you to like become his therapist. And
yeah,
I worry that you're taking too much on.
Oh, yeah, no, I literally told him, like, you get a therapist or I cut you off, and he actually did tell me that he was scheduled for a consultation in order to get another therapist, and I'm like, let's go.
Slay. Great.
Like,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, a lot of it was just like, oh, we can't trust Zach because he's close with Lio, and they might say something. Which, again, looking back, is mad manipulative. Because in one breath, they would be like, oh, we need to give them a support system because, Lio might, I guess abuse them. But in the next breath, they're fucking kicking you out of the server. So, like, which is it? Like, I don't... Yeah.
Yeah. That is, that's interesting. Glad we had that confirmed. But yeah, did they ever? Because just to clear this up, they never made like sexual comments about that or anything. It was just
No, because if they did, I would have torn them apart. Yeah.
Okay, good. Just checking. Because I have people in public do
That's
that,
disgusting.
so always, yeah, it's awful. But always just good to check. Yeah, that's definitely awful to hear, because then I would come around in the server and they would act like nothing is wrong. So
yeah.
very, very interesting. Yeah, so then in relation to how Lumi went through like taking down Senate, I guess. What was like, did you have any pushback with how it was handled, or how did you think it was going to be handled?
So at first it was like, maybe we'll have a call. But like by the time you were asking, I did know that like we were planning on just dipping and maybe like just demoting like Lio for the funny, which is still not that great, but like I did not fully know or process that like Lumi would be demoting all of the fucking mods. He said like right before he did it that he was going to do so the statements weren't removed. But like then why would it didn't make much sense to me, to be honest. I thought that it was just like, demote Lio, put the statements out, and then leave. Obviously I would change a lot of how that fucking happened if I could go back. I mean, I wouldn't put out a statement for one, I wouldn't let them put out statements, but also just like it was a lot of like dramatics and not in a good way. It didn't do anything for us, because the point, within like my misinformed bubble was like expose Lio and leave. But the like anarchy with the mod thing was silly. The Supreme Court. Do you want me to talk about that? All right.
Go for it.
So the Supreme Court was made pretty much like a day before, I think. It was talked about before then, like maybe making another server, but it never went through. And then like I joined a call the day before and there was just another server. I was like, what? So our thought was like, because we're kind of dropping this in Senate, or at least my intention was to drop that stuff in Senate and then give people a place to like weather the storm, or if they didn't want to be around that, would be around Lio, to be honest, in particular, then they could come there. Because that's part of the reason why I left, was because, I was just uncomfortable with Lio after like hearing the comments that he made in other like calls. But it turned into like, it feels a lot more like we just fucking poached, which I didn't want at all. But like,
yeah,
it became that, and intention versus action. So
yeah. When it came to the statements, they were eventually removed because of the fact that Aaron's specifically contained doxable information about Lio, which, while he does dox himself very often, not that's a good thing. Like, it still contained info that could absolutely land him in, like, some trouble, especially with the fact that the statements did not have evidence aside from the Jibs call. And because of that, it was definitely, like, it wasn't great. Because also Lio acknowledged this in private with me, where he's like, Aaron kind of put me in a situation where I can't prove a negative with a lot of things. And then we went, I haven't gone through the logs myself, but Hidden has seen them and Ellie has seen them. And they literally said, like, I watched a man's soul die tonight.
I remember that being said. Like, it's, like, awful because, one, I didn't fucking clock that there was doxable in that statement. What the hell? But two, like, and this isn't, like, I'm not trying to fucking make excuses, but I genuinely just, like, I am not, like, a Discord person. I just, like, wanted to be helpful and make friends, and I never thought that someone would lie about their abuse like this. And to be honest, like, Lio was an easy, like, target because of his actions in the past and his anger issues. So I believed it. And then, like, the same thing of, like, oh, do you think I have enough evidence? You know, I guess it's not real if I don't have enough evidence, and then us having to reassure them. I think I just subconsciously reassured, like, myself of these like, bullshit claims. And that's something that, like, I am trying to make right, but I know I can't, because it happened. I removed my statement, but, like, God knows everyone fucking made a copy. But yeah.
Yeah. In relation to, like, the statement going out, how has it, like, affected you, like, with it being out there?
I mean, I just, like, I feel awful. Like, I feel so bad because I perpetuated claims that I had no evidence for, except for what I thought was a really trusted friend's word. And that friend is just not trustworthy and is now not my friend. I can't imagine what Lio's going through. I have a lot of issues with how he held himself in a lot of situations, but he still doesn't deserve false allegations and of abuse. And, like, I have expressed that to him. I feel awful, and I'm trying to make things right where I can by telling the truth, and that's all I can do. And I'll continue to do so. But, like, I'm also just mad. I'm fucking mad.
Yeah, I get that. And then has anybody been reaching out to try to get more out of you in terms of info and things like that? Like, obviously me with, like, this interview, but aside from that.
No, I guess that's the other thing. Like, I'm not known because I don't run in these circles. I mean, Lio asked for possibly my testimony, and I, said yes. But yeah, other than that, no.
Yeah. Okay. That is definitely good to know. So, interestingly enough, about a week or two after this call, Cosmic's Discord account was deleted. Now, I won't dive too far in as to what I think it is, because it could be any multitude of reasons, being that they had a lot of real-life things going on, or that they were dodging accountability, because, fun fact, Cosmic promised to give a statement to Lio, and then never did. So yeah, I'm a little bit concerned with Cosmic just randomly deleting their Discord. So now we move to the testimony of Sin. Sin's testimony is largely backing a lot of what was said about Lumi and Peaches beforehand, so here are the questions and answers that I got from Sin. It was actually my audio that didn't come in last time. Like, the whole thing was muted. Correct. Okay. So, go ahead and introduce
Hi,
yourself.
I'm Sinhe Chaos. I was a member of Senate back in, I think it was December of 2023.
All right. So I guess the first thing that we'll start out by asking is, how did you get close to Lumi
So
and
that
Peaches?
started, I think, back in January, so about a month after I had joined. I started interacting more with people through just silly drawings and being in calls for like Gartic phone. And I started interacting more with Lumi, and we became close friends. And that's how I ended up getting closer to Aaron, funnily enough. They had said that they were like they saw me as a fun person to talk to, so they kept me around.
Okay. So next question that I have is, so when it came to the Burger King server, because that is talked about a whole lot in this video, how did you get in it, and what were you expecting going in?
I can only assume I was brought into it because I was one of the people that they trusted to be in there. They originally posed it as a place to be away from Senate because Aaron just needed a break from it. And I figured, okay, it'll be fine. It's a close Discord with a few friends from Senate. And what was the second part of that question?
The second part is, what were you expecting?
I didn't expect much. I just expected a normal chat, like normal chat room. Yeah.
If only that was the case. Okay. So then, obviously, as time went on in the BK server, the behavior from Aaron specifically became more and more alarming. But outside of the BK server, did anything in Senate read as Aaron was going to start to make the server turn against Lio?
Not in Senate that I noticed. It was more so just over time the reason for being in BK kind of started changing. Like at first it was, oh, I just want to be away from Senate and away from the peanuts. We can all hang out in here instead of in a VC where everyone complains about it being a private VC. And I think at one point it turned into, well, now I just want to be away from Lio because, they're always around him constantly. And then it turned into, well, Lio's not very nice to me. And then eventually it came down to, I realized Lio's abusing me. Which isn't true, but that's Aaron's reasoning.
Yeah. The big thing that I can personally point to where Aaron's behavior started to turn was after the Raven Pines calls. They lied about me in the text that we've screenshotted from the calls where they said, like, I was a newly 18-year-old mod. That was not true. I was going on 19 when that call happened. And intentionally phrasing Lio to be the worst of the worst. Did they do that in private with you?
The phrasing of Lio as a bad person, or the editing of that video?
The phrasing of Lio as a bad person.
Yeah, and kind of like how the reasoning for the server existed changed over time, the descriptions of Lio got more and more negative the longer that we were in that server. So it was petty complaints at first, and then it was it would seem arguments they had in private brought to us and shown as something they probably really weren't. And then eventually it turned into where entire calls were being taken out of context in order to paint this man as an abuser.
Yeah, okay. In terms of what happened on the 18th, how much did Aaron and Lumi let you know about their plan?
I knew a good majority of it. I knew that they were going to post their messages, their statements. They were going to leave. And as the day, like, I think it was at least a week in advance, that much was planned. But as the week kept going, they kept adding on to it. Probably because they only originally planned to do the one thing, but then decided in the moment to add more onto it. So then it was, oh, well, then we'll also demod all the mods so that they can't take it down. And then they also said, oh, and then we'll also have them, we'll also post this Discord link here. That was the very last detail. Originally, Aiden threw a Discord at Hidden and said, oh, you could use this for, your own little community stuff, since they wanted to, work on a couple videos. But that turned out to actually just be a method for them to funnel away people who would leave the server after their posting.
Yeah. Okay. Because the way it was pitched to me and Hidden, at least, because we were out of the loop for a few days, and I specifically was kicked, was that they were just going to do a mod call and then leave, and then let Lio explain himself, was how it was pitched, to my knowledge, which I didn't see an issue with, because it's like, okay, if Senate's a bad environment for you, that's whatever. You can leave of your own accord. But I didn't know they were going to go that far. And then they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then the next thing is more in regards to BK. So pretty much everyone in that server that I have talked to has confirmed that Aaron was threatening self-harm or did actively self-harm or attempt on their life in calls. Are you able to elaborate on any of those experiences if you feel comfortable?
So both of those instances happened multiple times. I wasn't there for all of them, clearly, because Aaron was in that VC almost 24/7 for a few weeks at one point, and they drag Lumi into there, and then of course we would all join concerned, and then they would start spiraling, and that would sometimes turn into threats or attempts of suicide.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of the frequency of it, do you recall about how many times it happened? Currently, and in the video, I state that there are definitely 5 times where it happened.
I was only present for, I think, 2 of them, maybe 3 of them. As for the frequency, I wasn't really paying attention to the time passing at that point. I was more so just kind of in the moment, afraid that I was going to sit here and be completely useless while someone died an entire ocean away.
Yeah. And then to confirm, did you go to Lumi asking for him to get Aaron help, and then he refused?
I don't remember which pill it was that that Aaron had swallowed, but they had thrown up most of them, and they had said, it was some weird statement about how, oh, well, there was only this many left in the bottle, and I threw up this many, so that means I only kept this many in my system, so I'll be fine. And Lumi and I had talked in DMs afterwards about how much that would be. I don't remember which drug it was, but we determined that they only took about half of what would have been considered a lethal dose. I still wanted them to go to a hospital, because what if they tried to harm another way? It doesn't matter if they're almost out of pills. But, yeah.
Yeah. And we do have text receipts of Lumi shutting that down, saying that, like, he knew better or whatever the fuck. It's like, you don't know better, but okay. So then in terms of, like, Lio finding out about all of this and talking to him, like, obviously that was a difficult thing for all of us. But how like, how did you go to Lio about this, and how did you work towards mending that?
I did what I thought was best. I hopped in VC in Senate because that's where Lio was at the time, and I told him, "Hey, can we talk privately?" And so we had a private call. Not going to go into the details of everything that was said, but I was upfront with him that I didn't feel like I had acted correctly. I had wronged him, and that I believed something I shouldn't have. And quite frankly, I acted in a way that a man my age shouldn't have. Like I'm 20. I was 23 at the time. Now I'm 24. So I should know better. And going forward, I'm going to do my best to not repeat that behavior. Obviously, as for mending, I don't know if it can be mended. That's up to Lio, not me. But I've just been doing whatever I can whenever he needs help.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the best you can really do. Yeah, so then in terms of any questions you have for me in regards to everything?
Well, you've been doing good?
Loaded question, but I feel like I mean, with everything I know and just how easy a lot of it is to disprove, I'll be fine. So yeah, I'd say I'm doing all right. Yeah. So then also another question that I had, because we tried recording this once and then the audio fucked up, but obviously now you've gone through and you looked at all of the text that Aaron said in the videos. Would you say that like any of it does hold merit, or would you say that it is a gross exaggeration of Lio's behavior or outright lies?
The majority of it is in fact a gross exaggeration, though I don't know Lio personally at all, other than what I've seen at glances and my rare interactions with him. So I can't judge from what Aaron has said, quite frankly. I don't think I'm in the position to be able to do that.
Yeah, okay. And then can you, because I've asked Cosmic and Hidden this as well, can you confirm that there were multiple times where Aaron would misconstrue relationships that Lio had as friendships, especially with me and with other people around my age?
Yeah. During I think it was the week leading up to the Great Leavening, if you will. Yeah.
The Senate mass exodus is the term I've coined for it.
They hyperfixated on the fact that you were 18 and the fact that you seemed to be close to Lio. I guess they were under the impression that he was going to make you his next kid, which I don't get it, but all right.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to, like, what Aaron was saying about that, it is kind of funny that, like, I mean, Susie and I have made a whole bit out of being the alleged siblings now, but the fact that Aaron really wanted to misconstrue any and every relationship Lio has, like, on purpose is just really fucking gross. And then when it came to the shit talking of other Senate mods, was that mostly Lumi or was that Aaron as well? When it came to the shit talking of Senate mods, was it Lumi mainly doing it or was Aaron also doing it as well?
I was around Lumi more, so I heard it more from him. But they both did it on multiple occasions. I figured they just had personal grievances with each of the mods, which I couldn't butt in on, or, I didn't feel right to butt in because I didn't know what was going on, so that's none of my business.
Yeah, okay. And then aside from that, is there anything you would want to say to Lumi or Aaron at the end of all of this?
Yeah, you fucked up. You not in a cute way either. And I don't quite frankly appreciate being used like this. And I think my prayers were misplaced. That's about it.
That's fair. Well, yeah, that is all of the questions that I had for you, Sin. So thanks to agreeing to re-record all of this. And yeah, I will talk to you later. Thanks so much. And now finally we get to the most interesting subject in all of this, being Hidden Heroine. Hidden, yes, did a lot of damage, much in the vein of K-Cosmic. However, Hidden was left out of the planning of the downfall of the Senate and even stayed in there to mediate 80+ people calls in the regular chat that went down at the same time of everything happening. On top of all of this, Hidden was running the Supreme Court, so I had a lot more questions for her than anyone else. So here's the full call with Hidden Heroine. Okay, so go ahead and start out by introducing yourself to the audience.
Okay, so hi, Hidden Heroine here. You probably know me as the owner of Supreme Court, because that seems to be the only thing I'm known for these days. I'm an artist. I am, or used to be on staff in Senate as a moderator. I am about to start making content. I wasn't a content creator before, and I've been a big part of this entire mess.
Yes. Okay. So that was a very good introduction. So we have a lot to go over. I mean, it is kind of scary because it's like everything we've gone through in the last like 2 months. But basically, we're just gonna run down a list of questions I have here, and then I will throw them in the video for everybody to listen to.
Right.
So the first major question I have is, how did you end up in the Burger King server? Like, how was it pitched?
Originally it was pitched as a server to us where Aaron wanted to keep their quote-unquote friends around for us to all hang out. So it was literally just a server to make it easier for Aaron to stay in contact with us. That's how it was presented to me.
Okay, got it. And then you joined with me on February 12th, and then the rest is documented history. So regarding the Burger King server, when did things like first start to seem off with what was going on there?
I think it started around, and I would have to look this up, but it started around the time that Aaron put everyone into a group chat away from Lio. At the time you weren't modded yet, so you wouldn't know. But they put us in a mod chat where they wanted to discuss the, at the time, new allegations that Jay and Jordan had levied against Lio, because they made the insinuation that those might be true, and that Lio would have to come clean about them to us. None of the moderators were really aware of what was going on, like we were just thrown into cold water, and a lot of us were confused, me most of all, because at the time I wasn't a mod for very long. That was the first moment where I had a little bit of a strange, but I guess it's kind of explainable moment. But I think it all really went downtown around the time that we had the mod staff call, I think it was, where we were talking, like, this was when Heaton, I think it was, brought up the group chat that Aaron had made, and expressed that they weren't particularly fond of it, mostly because it undermines a lot of trust we are supposed to have in each other as a team, because who's to say there's not a mod chat about XYZ right now, right? And Aaron got incredibly pissy with that, and I kind of was thrown off by it because it was a very valid complaint to have, even though Lio at the time said that he agreed with the chat being made, but that's, you know, neither here nor there. But that was the first moment where I had a little bit of this is a little bit strange, especially because afterwards Lumi told us that he was blowing up at Lio, and I was like, why? Like, there's little to no reason as to why that was necessary at all. But yeah, I just pushed it off because at the time I was like, I'm sure they have reasonings and lore that I don't have.
Yeah. And then because obviously things really started hitting the fan after the Raven Pines thing, which wasn't great. So when it came to Aaron attempting to paint Lio as an abuser, how regularly was that?
It started out rather inconspicuously. So it started out as Aaron just letting us know that Lio's presence was stressing them. And we were like, yeah, sure, whatever. That's certainly a thing that we could somewhat understand. But it kind of shifted because Aaron very quickly started sharing very personal stuff. And the biggest thing they started sharing are those fabled 8 months that I'm sure, were addressed somewhere else as well, where Aaron claimed that for a period of 8 months, Lio had continuously screamed at them, had belittled them, had screamed at them while they were age regressing, had threatened to call psychological help on them or like otherwise help on them. And that was the part where it was like, I don't have proof for this, so I don't know if this happened, but at the same time, I'm always here to believe all victims, so I did not have reason to doubt Aaron at the time. But back then, Aaron also painted it as it's better now, so I just disregarded it. However, when I think it was shortly after the mod call, after the Raven Pines call, where Aaron shifted into letting us know that Lio still wasn't great. So then it shifted from Lio, still is undermining me, still belittling me, still sometimes screams at me. We had once again no proof, but I also at the time didn't have any reason to distrust Aaron. So I went with it. And I remember that it was a very short period of time. I cannot directly pinpoint it, but it was a very short period of time where we went from I had a shitty past with Lio, and Lio was trying to better himself, to Lio has continuously abused me and continues to abuse me. I know that within the Burger King server, there's a mention of Cosmic bringing up abuse. I never used that word in regards to Lio, because I didn't feel it appropriate. Yeah. As far as I remember, if I'm incorrect and I have used that word, I apologize, but as far as I remember, I never outright called him an abuser.
Okay, got it. So then, because you mentioned that you hadn't had a reason to doubt Aaron up to a certain point. When did that change?
I think it started changing when this whole idea of like leaving Senate came up and this whole mod call out kind of deal came up. Because at the moment, like at the time that was happening, I was like, this doesn't feel like somebody trying to tell the story of their abuse anymore. This is starting to feel petty. It almost starts to feel vindictive. It doesn't seem like a genuine, I want to call this person out and remove myself from the situation that continues to harm me anymore. It feels like I want to do harm to somebody I don't like. And that's where I started doubting the story. But due to my own trauma, and not to excuse it, obviously, but due to my own trauma, and also due to the fact that I haven't really seen evidence of the contrary, I was still willing to believe Aaron at the time.
Okay. So, in relation to, like, the calls themselves, there are a few main things that I think about before we get to individual events regarding, like, public videos and stuff. So, the big thing is, can you confirm that Aaron did attempt on their own life multiple times in Cole?
That is correct, yes, I can confirm that. One time happened with me in Cole. One time happened the day before that, and I know about that attempt because Sin was traumatized by it and came to me about it and told me about it. And we had a call about it. I know from Cosmic that there are more attempts, but those I were not present for. Like, I wasn't there.
Okay, I have 5 documented times where Aaron did harm themselves, either text or call, and then that makes 6 now because I didn't know about the one the day before.
Yeah, like, I remember that quite distinctly because Sin came to me and he was completely shaken up because I wasn't in VC at the time. It was the first time he had watched somebody attempt on their own life and he didn't know what to do. So I just sat down with him and kind of just, we talked about it and I was like, what a trauma. But yeah.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. So that brings us up to 6 total times. So then also, can you confirm that there were conversations had about Lio attempting to bring me into his house to abuse me?
Not directly. I know that there were talks of you replacing Aaron, and also talks about you possibly being the next Lio kid. Whilst I discounted those as jokes, in hindsight, I don't think they were jokes. I think what they were doing, specifically Lumi and Aaron, were they were looking at our concerns regarding you, because a lot of, like, me and Cosmic specifically, both of us were like, you're pretty young, you're close to Lio, we're hearing all these harrowing stories about Lio, and now we're worried. But also we recognize you're an adult and you know how to handle yourself, and we recognize these stories don't have necessarily merit to them because we didn't see any proof. And they turned our concern and how the relationship you and Lio have might be misconstrued publicly into, oh, Lio is clearly intending to be closer to Zach than he should be, and he's clearly intending on, like, making him an Aaron replacement and, you know, keeping him as a kid. And I was like, that is not what I said, but you know what? Sure.
Yeah, if there's anything I've learned from this entire situation, it's there's a lot of, bitch, that's a whole nother sentence.
And, like, a lot of the times that did happen where I would express concern and it would be turned into an entire different sentence. And I was like, that is not what I meant.
Yeah.
But you do you.
Yeah, okay. But you can definitely clarify that there were talks where Lumi and Aaron were trying to make it out that I was going to be Lio's next kid, and that was his intent with me. Okay, got it. Yeah, because Cosmic said that it went a little bit further in some chats where, like, they were talking about how he was going to abuse me. Thanks, Lumi and Aaron.
Fantastic claim.
Yeah, I love it so much. But yeah, so then moving from that, I wanted to talk about the situation regarding the scripts that Lio was working on. So I mentioned somewhere in my script, which you then corrected because you're proofreading it, that the crystal script was sabotaged by you. And people that were going through the Burger King logs were claiming the same, due to, like, how the script was written. I was wondering, like, what was the premise of rewriting the crystal script, and how did you get to the point of having this project in your lap?
So, how do I start with this? Okay, so originally this happened because, as you might remember as well, when the first draft of the crystal script was out, Aaron spent a lot of time correcting it and made it a point to say that, hey, this script cannot go out no matter what, and it needs to be rewritten.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I was like, okay, Lio already has his hands full. I'm not going to have him sit here and rewrite an entire script. Because at the time, the script that Lio had already written wasn't awful. It just needed a little bit of reshaping. So I took the script that he had made, and I took the notes that Aaron had left on it, and I was like, I'm just going to rewrite it for him. I'm going to offer it to him, and if he wants to take the offer of me rewriting the script, he can do that. It was intended as genuine helpfulness. I was not there to entirely, like, sabotage the script or anything like that. I had no interest in doing that. What I wanted was, because Aaron was dead set on that crystal script going out before the Jay and Jordan script, to help Lio get that script out quicker so Aaron would be happy and things could move on. So that's how that script originally ended up in my lab. Now, yeah.
Okay. So then with the with the crystal script, so people started pointing out, like, a lot of issues and flaws with it because of the fact that it was, similarly to Crystal's original claims, based off of things that were flaky and in some cases did have context removed, such as, like, Discord screenshots. Or they had things that, like, the other side equally did that were not great. So with the script, Did Aaron have any influence in the script at all?
More or less passively. I was mainly going off the comments they left on the script, and I'm going to address this now. I know I've addressed it in the correction that I made on your script. I did not know that Aaron had addressed Crystal publicly. Aaron repeatedly claimed to me that Crystal was never addressed publicly by them and was solely addressed in DMs. I had no reason not to believe Aaron. I was like, okay, if that is the truth, I will go with that.
Yeah, and Crystal gave me that screen cap after the video came out, and I'm like, interesting.
Same. So I can go on to that right now. So obviously, I also had a call with Crystal afterwards, so Crystal could correct a lot of the things that I had put down in the script. And Crystal did show me that screen cap, and because I was pretty upset with Aaron basically lying to me, took that script or took that screen cap. Well, not the full screen cap because I didn't have it, but I took what I knew to Aaron, and I was like, hey, Crystal said that you actually made a tweet where you misframed the glitch tell dub as sexual roleplay. Is that true? And Aaron, without missing a beat, goes, yes, that is true. I did do that because I wanted to call it out, because I wanted to talk about how Camila was allowing that in her server. And I sat there, dumbfounded for a moment, because, previously asking Aaron if Crystal truly was only addressed in DMs, and now getting confirmation they weren't, and Aaron admitting that they knew that Crystal was not addressed just privately, was kind of pretty, fucking devastating to me, because that is the entire backbone of the script that I had written. Now, something I will also say right now is, because I don't like the way that this is being framed in Hidden went ahead and sabotaged the script. I literally took Lio's script and only added the notes that Aaron had left on them and added the screenshots. I did not rewrite that script up from ground with the intent of sabotaging Lio or sabotaging Crystal. I went off what I knew at the time and what I thought a friend told me. And if anything, that script was available to all of you. If you had concerns with it, you could have gone over it and added those. In hindsight, I know that a lot of things in those scripts weren't true, but I was only rewriting it. I was not doing all the research behind it. I was going off what Lio had put down in his script and what Aaron and Lumi and other people left me as notes, and just physically rewriting it. I did not sit there and looked into the situation myself, because that was not my job. So I don't appreciate being framed like that, which is why I'm correcting it now.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, because that actually clears up a pretty major concern that it was sabotage, which now we know it wasn't. So that is absolutely huge. So then there is the big event, the run up to the Senate mass exodus. So when do you have any recollection of when the seeds for them leaving Senate were placed?
Yes, I have a DM where I specifically asked Lumi about what the countdown in his name means. At the time, Lumi lies to me and tells me it is solely for him leaving Senate. And I was like, interesting strategy, but you do you.
Yeah.
But for the longest time, until I think 1 or 2 days before this entire thing happened, I was under the assumption that the statements they were working on were going to be dropped into the mod chat, and in mod chat everybody would be at it, and then they would leave. It was only until a day or so before, when Lumi DM'd me telling me they would he would demote me as well, that I realized it was going to be an at everyone kind of deal.
Yeah, because what I was told about it was that I would have gotten the Jibs call to listen to it, which they never fucking gave me. I think that was on purpose, by the way, that they never gave it to me. But then when they were doing it, I thought it was going to be, we all got in a mod call, Lumi and Cosmic explained why they were leaving, and then they gave their statements in mod chat and then dipped.
Yeah, that was the
That is not
That
what
is
happened.
not what happened, and that was the assumption I was under for the longest time, because I think something I need to clarify right now as well is the last 2 weeks, I want to say, before this massive nuclear assassination on Senate, I had not joined the VCs as much. The reason for that is very simple. It's because I was getting sick and tired of having to consistently deal with Aaron's constant mental breakdowns and suicidal ideation. I was pretty damn tired at the time because I was also dealing with the fact that I had just lost my job and had to look for a new prospect. Also dealing with the financial strain of losing my job and being 10K in debt. And, just not doing great due to everything else because somebody I worked for was a supposed abuser. So I just did not join VCs anymore, which means I missed a lot of what was being said and being planned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in regards to Aaron attempting, because there was a specific one that you mentioned on the 16th of March where you explained to them that you were going to stay in Senate and why you were going to stay in Senate, and then Aaron attempted in the call after you said that. Is this true?
That is true. For context on what happened, I had previously expressed to Lumi in DMs that I planned on staying in Senate. The reason for that was that I value the community in it, and I do value the other moderators, and that I thought this was the thing that we could fix. I was under the assumption this is something that is solvable, something that, doesn't need to end in deleting Senate. So I explained to Lumi very kindly that due to me caring for the victims in the server, because, that is the community that attracts a lot of people who have suffered, but also the people that are working on ongoing cases, I wanted to stay. At the time, in DMs, Lumi expressed to me that he understood that reasoning, and that he was not giving me grief over it. Now, within the call, what happened is Aaron specifically asked me if I was going to leave Senate. I explained, very kindly once again, that I was not going to do that because I wanted to still support Senate and I wanted to still support the community in it. Promptly, Aaron falls silent for roughly 15 minutes or so, temporarily leaves the call, and comes back announcing that they had just taken pills, but also announcing that they knew it was not going to kill them because they didn't take enough, because due to the attempt on the former day, they didn't have enough left. I
My
felt
God.
awful, because I was sitting in that call being like, this is my fault. Like, this happened because of me. Because let's be honest, why else would it have happened? Like, there's no other indicator or reasoning as to why this attempt would have happened. And I even texted Lumi about it, and I was like, I feel like this is my fault. Nobody told me I was wrong, by the way. Not even Lumi told me it was not my fault. I was just met with silence. And then was passed because Lumi wasn't present due to muting himself, either because of overwhelmment or something else. With staying with Aaron while Aaron was on an high due to the pills they had taken, in the middle of the night, while thinking that this was my fault. So I had to basically fight my own trauma, and the fact that I felt like if something happened to Aaron right now it would be my fault, while also simultaneously taking care of Aaron because nobody else was there to do it.
Yeah, holy
Yeah, that was
shit.
a wonderful experience, I tell you.
Yeah, my God. That is something.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I was about to say something that I also would like to bring up because I think it's interesting. Well, not interesting, but I think it's important. We did actually, on the day before where, Aaron attempted, we did actually bring up that we wanted Aaron to get help, and we wanted somebody to call help for Aaron, because me and Sin were convinced that Aaron was going to attempt again. Sin, because Sin is much closer to Lumi than I am, texted Lumi about it, let Lumi know, and Lumi responded with, I know what I'm doing, and I know this medication. I don't think we need to call help for them, they just need water and rest.
What the
Yes,
fuck?
that was a very fantastic experience because we were literally sitting there after a full-blown attempt that this person just made on their life, being like, you need to get them help. And while I understand that, you know, being forcefully institutionalized is a very traumatic experience, at the time, I felt like it was necessary because we could not carry the weight of Aaron's constant mental breakdown and attempts. Because all of us were oceans away.
Yeah, like that is fucking horrific. Excuse me. So then in terms of the last thing I want to talk about is the Supreme Court. So how did the Supreme Court get made?
Oh, that's a story. Okay, so to put this into context, 4 days before, I think it was 4 days, but God bless my memory, 4 days before this entire thing happened, I was actually 300 kilometers away from home with a friend because on Saturday, I was looking at the university that I plan on going to. So I had a roughly 5-hour car ride or so to do. And it was on the car ride back, which was, I think, the Sunday, where I was in Cole and the topic of leaving Senate came up again. This time it came up a lot more forcefully. So it did come up with like, you know, Lio is an abuser, and you know that he abused people, and you know that he's a terrible person and he doesn't deserve your support. And I was basically belittled for a solid like 20 to 25 minutes in that call while driving, which means I did not have the hands to hang up or mute myself. And I just did, I don't know if you know this reaction, but you know when a parent yells at you and you just kind of start nodding and going, yeah, with like long pauses? That's what I started doing to them because I didn't know what else to do. So I then brought up that I do care for the community immensely and I think the community is good. And then Lumi had the brilliant idea that, hey, if I had my own place, my community server, then I wouldn't need to be in Senate anymore, right? And I was like, I would still stay in Senate, but that is not the point. And so before I could even say anything, Lumi and I think it was Sin and Cosmic started crafting the Supreme Court. The biggest problem with that was at the time I was still in a car. So I couldn't watch what they were doing. I had no idea what was going on, what they were making. The only thing I knew is they were using the template that Senate has in order to create the server. That was something that I didn't kindly look upon because that was not what I wanted for the server. But at the time, once again, I was driving. I could only do so much. And then eventually, after the server was done, and I didn't receive an invitation, by the way, to my own fucking server until I begged for it, but that is besides the point. People brought up, or I think it was Lumi who brought up that they could include the Supreme Court in their statements. I said no. I said I don't think that's a smart idea. I don't think that is going to benefit me or you. I would prefer if you would not do that, but at the same time I can't stop you. So if you think this is something you want to do, then I guess. Because once again, I was completely overwhelmed at the time. I was extremely stressed. I had actually announced I think it was that day where I announced my hiatus from the Burger King server due to the stress levels I was experiencing. And so I was just in a state of do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. Do it. And so the Supreme Court was made. I begged Lumi for the invite because obviously despite it being or supposedly being my server, I obviously wasn't immediately invited. And I wasn't even a co-owner. I was an admin of the server. Lumi was the owner of it. And I was a little confused because I thought the moment that I came into the server, ownership would be transferred to me because once again, it was supposed to be my community server. That was what it was pitched to. Like, it was pitched to me as a community server for myself. It wasn't until much, much later where I asked Lumi for ownership of my own server once again, that he begrudgingly handed the server over. Not to me, to my boyfriend. Because, yes.
What?
I sent Lumi a message asking if I could have owner. Lumi said I didn't need owner because I was an admin, and a day later approached Sin, my boyfriend, and went, I know when I'm not wanted, so I'm going to give you owner. And Sin was like, what do you mean? Why are you giving me ownership? That doesn't make sense. And then Lumi goes, well, because I don't think Katsumi hidden is fit to handle a server. And then, yeah, fantastic comment, I know. And then just made Sin owner and dipped from my server without letting me know. So the only reason I figured out was because I went into the server the next day and saw Lumi's name was white, and I was like, ah. And then Sin told me about it after you woke up, and I was like, ah, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that is so dodgy for no reason. Okay, so then you mentioned at one point that like you didn't know the Supreme Court was actually in those documents until people started joining, but you can confirm like that you knew they asked about it and you said no initially.
Yes, so I know they brought up that they could put the server into their documents, and I said I don't think that's a good idea. But I didn't know that they had actually done it because I had taken a hiatus from the server, so I was not looking at the server at all. So it wasn't until the docs dropped in Senate itself that I actually saw those statements for the first time, and I saw that Cosmic specifically had asked people to join the Supreme Court instead.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so I think that answers all of my major questions. Do you have any questions that you have for me or anything else you want to clear up while you're here?
Questions not, but I have apologies I'd like to extend if that's okay.
Sure.
So I actually wrote a statement because originally I thought I was just going to pass you a PDF, so I'm just going to read those off. I said, first and foremost, Lio, I am sorry. No amount of context in what will be following here will make what I did right. As much as I have been coerced into this through fear, through my trauma being used against me, and through being manipulated into thinking people were my friends, my actions were ultimately my own, and they were atrocious. Downplaying your mental health and taking allegations of abuse against you at face value should have never been something I willingly did. Not telling you what was planned against you and what Aaron and Lumi intended to be your downfall was cowardly, and you would have deserved my honesty and support, or at least me approaching you about your side. For all that, I'm sorry. Towards Crystal and Dorito, I am sorry for being a help in a 45-minute video that took any and everything you said in the worst possible aspect based on Aaron's recounting of you and your character. I was lied to, and if I had done just a little bit more research, none of that would have gone the way it did. I'm sorry for playing a part in this attack on your character and your intentions. To the Hive, and specifically Asuka, I am sorry for breaking your trust and sharing screenshots I was not supposed to. I am sorry I played into this hate campaign Lumi had against you, Asuka, and giving him ammunition to jab at you publicly. To the people that saw the inappropriate jokes I made regarding the Holocaust within the server, I am sorry. I grew up with these jokes and they were ingrained into my cultural upbringing, even as a German, from a young age. And while I checked with the server, a place I assumed to be private and not to be seen by anyone, if these jokes were alright, despite all, I should have known better than to make light of such a horrible event, regardless of people were okay with it or not. Most of these apologies have been delivered privately, but I feel they should be acknowledged publicly as well.
Yeah, thank you for absolutely saying all of that. That it definitely takes guts to apologize, especially for stuff like that, so I commend you for it. Is there anything else you wanna drop in here?
I have no idea if this is going to be addressed within your video, but something I want to make abundantly clear is my trauma and my repeated trauma has been used against me in this situation. This is not an excuse, it is context. And I'm going to be
all of us,
and I'm going to be incredibly vulnerable here for a moment, and I'm going to tell you what exactly they used against me.
Hi, editing Zach here. If you hear a few jump cuts here at the end, Hidden did actually request for me to take out this last little bit of our interview where Hidden did divulge a lot of her own personal traumas, so I have obliged and I did remove those, so if anything sounds a little jumpy, that would be why.
I should have checked. Don't get me wrong. I should have fact-checked everything Aaron said. But I looked at Aaron, and with my own trauma, I saw myself, and I was much more protective about Aaron than I should have been. Which isn't to say any of this is an excuse. But I think it's important context to see on how my trauma was used. And, I think it's important to mention that because from what I'm hearing, a lot of people are sitting here and they're painting me as this really terrible person that just wanted to see Lio fall. That is not true. In fact, there are calls that I had with Lio where I extended incredible support towards him. And I meant that. I know that within the Burger King server, I said that I was playing an act. The only reason I did that was to placate Lumi and Aaron, because I was afraid that if I said that I did actually want to support Lio with what I was saying, either Aaron would attempt on their life again, Lumi would turn on me, or they would turn on me and turn the entire community against me. So that's exactly why I was a lot more complicit in what I did. Which doesn't make it right. My actions were still ultimately my own. But I think this context is important to add to understand how we got here.
Yeah, okay. I mean, thank you for being vulnerable about that and explaining that, because it does provide a lot of context.
Yeah, I think I've given this context to Lyle personally, but considering this is going to be a public video and people do have a certain perception of myself, which, by the way, people are welcome to talk to me instead of making assumptions. That's a thing that can happen, by the way.
Oh, girl, I know that so well.
I'm sorry. I don't like it when people assume my intent based off messages in a server instead of approaching me and asking me about it, because, text messages can only say so much. So, if there are questions regarding my actions or things need to be explained, do not hesitate to DM me. I am not going to make excuses or yell at you or block you if you want to approach me about my actions. I want to be transparent, but in order to do that, you have to approach me first. So...
Yeah, that's understandable. So, I mean, Hidden, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. This is given a lot of context to everything, and yeah, I'm just grateful for your time. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
So, we're left with a server that's destitute, a server on the come-up that would stagnate after about a week, and the BK server having me removed due to pure suspicion that I would tell Lio something after being scared into not saying a word. It seems like all would go according to plan for Lumi and Peaches so long as no one said what they knew. Unfortunately for them, Lio, myself, Cosmic, Sin, Hidden, Jibs, Crystal, and everyone else you're going to hear from today was really ready to take back the power that they took from us. So, let's dive into the worst case we have on record, being the abuse of LioConvoy. To fully understand the context of the abuse Lio was put through by Peaches, and also the false allegations made by his family members Pink/J and Jordan Doodles, we need to explain Lio's found family. So, what is a found family? According to Wikipedia, found family is a term that refers to a non-biologically related group of people established to provide ongoing social support. Unlike a family of origin, a family of choice is based on chosen bonds, not biological ones. This chosen family is a rather common thing to see, especially in LGBTQ+ spaces where people are frequently pushed away from their biological families for things they can't control. A found family isn't inherently weird or sexual, and anyone that frames it as such needs to reevaluate their stance and look at themselves before making such bold claims. Lio's found family is much in the same regards to the standard definition of this. Lio has a wife already, and also had 4 kids that he took in. These kids were Jordan, Jay aka Pink, Opal, and Peaches aka Aaron. 2 of these people lived in Lio's house at some point, being Jordan and Jay. Opal did not live with Lio at all, but would visit on occasion, and Aaron never lived with or visited Lio since Aaron was from the United Kingdom, while Lio lives in the United States. Mind you, all of these, quote, kids are all people that were above the age of 18 when they either lived with Lio or were in Lio's found family. These people would all have different falling outs with Lio and his wife. Jordan and Jay were kicked out of Lio's house for different reasons that Lio has talked about in his own video, while Opal left of her own choice amicably. There was no bad blood between Opal and Lio, and sure, some of Opal and Lio's actions weren't perfect, but they left each other on decent terms. Aaron leaving the family was an entirely different beast in and of itself. Because that is Lio's story to tell and not my own, I'll refrain from talking about that one in particular. Assuming that you've all seen the response made by Lio to all of this, and if you haven't, what are you doing here? Watch that first. Peaches emotionally, mentally, verbally, and financially abused Lio and his wife for 2 years, beginning in late 2022 and ending in early 2024 after Peaches and Lumi planned to destroy the Senate. With that major knowledge here, we'll specifically be discussing the relationship between Lio and Peaches in all this as it relates to the Senate's existence in particular. Lio's story of abuse is not mine to tell, and it's important that you hear it from his mouth, not mine. So, what was going on in the Senate in the lead up to the mass exodus in relation to Lio, Peaches, and Lumi? So, the plan was that there were 6 videos that had to happen in between March and May from our perspective. Not just related to the Jay and Jordan and Crystal situation, but also other ones that were already being worked on by this point. And those included the Crystal video, the video on Jordan and Jay, Lio's video on the Fruitcake Club logs, and 3 other videos that I won't give too much detail on as they're still in the works or also being worked on by other people that don't want things spilled. These videos were being worked on simultaneously, specifically the Crystal and Jay and Jordan videos because of the fact that they had to come out around a similar time frame to get Lio and Peaches' names cleared. Now, personally, I think that the Jay and Jordan video needed to come first because nothing out of Lio's mouth would be reputable because of who it came from without his name cleared. But Aaron never cared about Lio's credibility as long as their name was always cleared first. From late February and into early March, the initial drafts of the script would be conceived. This is where the initial rant event that was posted in the archive chat that Lumi later leaked came from, and we will talk about that once we get there. The copy was not edited and was not done, and we thought that Lio was going too far at certain points, including the points made about Patchwork Heart specifically. Then the scripts would eventually be reworked. I addressed the Miku month things earlier on in this video, but yes, it was true that Lumi ran with the narrative that Lio put off both videos for Miku month, which is false. On the days where we needed someone for scripting who we couldn't get in call for a couple more hours, Lio would preemptively get things done for Miku month to schedule scripting sessions almost every single day to get research and video creations done. Notably, I rarely saw any concern from Peaches or Lumi about the video clearing Lio's name, because it was only ever about getting Peaches' name cleared. It's almost like someone didn't give 2 fucks about Lio's name being cleared as long as their own ass was covered and their actions would never come to light. The only time they ever cared about the Jay and Jordan video was when they were given a chance to sink their teeth into it and ridicule Lio for it. So, March 13th, the video drops and it's immediately hit with mixed reception. From this point on is when I truly think that the timeline for Lumi and Peaches nuking the Senate as we know it was in full force. Once they realized that Lio wasn't a meat shield that Peaches could use anymore, it was over. They would crumble at that. So let's get a little bit more personal into the inner workings of the Senate moderation team. So what were the major issues that needed to be addressed within the group at the time of the Raven Pine Skulls? By this point, the old moderators were all gone aside from Peaches and Lumi. So what was the issue? It was Peaches and Lumi. Looking at the documents dropped by K Cosmic, Lumi, and Peaches, all moderators who are now completely gone, I really do think that there's less issues now because of all the issues being centered around Lumi and Peaches. Individually, yes, we all have our own faults or things that we aren't able to deal with on our own. I mean, I know I certainly do. My biggest downfall was the fact that I was 18 when I was modded in Senate, and I'm just barely 19 now, which meant I had less life experience than those around me. Also, the fact that I'm in college makes it hard to rapidly change things as needed if something were to go sideways that required my attention. Everyone on the Senate staff had these detriments. However, Lumi and Peaches commonly disregarded boundaries on staff, especially Lio's. And we'll get to the fact that they used my age against Lio pretty regularly later on. The biggest one that I can think of was the rampant encouragement of bullying of Lio in the server. I remember very well that Peaches actually said it was because Lio had too much of an ego and it needed to be knocked down. I don't know, Aaron, maybe you're just a prick who sees confidence as egotistical. That's how I read it nowadays anyway. Frequently, Lio would ask for these types of things to stop, only for Lumi and Peaches to continue the behavior and encourage their friends to do the same. I bully all of my friends universally, but only with what they're comfortable with. I'm not gonna bully someone in a joking or fun way if the other person doesn't laugh along or think it's acceptable. Like, that's just rude. I threatened to fight Lio in a Waffle House, not tell him he's ugly and worthless like Aaron would. That's just one example of many. Again, I don't want to take away from Lio's story in all this. It's his to tell, and I recommend anyone who hasn't watched his response video to all of this to once again do so. This is more so to give context as to what little things the public could see that I'm now comfortable talking about with Lumi and Peaches out of the picture. Now, the problems with Lumi toward Lio and Senate, I would actually like to start with one where I was still a peanut, where Lumi would snap at people for the smallest inconvenience when he would allow his friends to do what they wanted. In fact, Lumi even encouraged us to backtalk others in the server if they dared stepped up to us. This included Lio, a lot. I've watched it happen in real time. It's just not a good look. Lumi would also get onto other moderators, especially Lio, for extremely small inconveniences and overcorrect constantly, like talking in the archive room, which is a room that both mods and specific server members had access to for a multitude of reasons. Lumi had previously gotten onto an ex-server member named Sasufrasu, who we simply do not have the time to detail the history of right now, for using this more closed-off area as a hangout area with his friends. Lumi would get on Lio for doing this in a rather strange way. For example, we took a break from scripting after working on things for a solid 3 hours, and I had played some Street Fighter 6 with everyone in call, which Lumi then proceeded to show up and ask why we were even in the archive room at all and berate us over it. The thing is, we had planned on finishing tweaking the script soon after, we just took a break. However, no, it was a massive issue. Lumi only would ever appear to scold Lio for things. It was intensely jarring. In fact, it happened very regularly while Lumi was supposedly on a break from late February until March 18th. Lumi would always show up in moderation chats in order to find dirt on or scold Lio for things. I also remember in the run-up time to when Lumi was going to drop the statements, other server members like Doodletones, Lindlin, and others noticed how erratic Lumi's behavior in calls was, almost like he was giddy to do all of this. Which he absolutely was. He wanted to see Lio go down. It was rather worrying to those of us listening, but Lumi would simply leave and then we'd go, that was odd, and move on. Looking back now, it just seemed so calculated, because it was. Peaches had less immediately noticeable issues. The major ones all happened behind the scenes. The problem with Peaches in Senate, though, was that Peaches had actually blown up fights in mod calls in the past, specifically one that I remember being in with Heaton Mitsuru, where Heaton had simply asked if we could not do side group chats about issues with other moderators on staff, as it felt backstabby to do. This was in reference to a group chat made when Ellie was made a mod, but before I was. This chat in particular was used to document questions and things to address in relation to the Jay and Jordan testimonies that had come out. Asuka and others in there felt that it was a little bit backstabby in the way it was happening, which Heaton called out, and Peaches proceeded to make a bigger issue than it was.
I think that creating group chats when we think there's an issue instead of confronting it directly is going to cause more suspicion and division among mod staff than it is if we don't just go to people with our problems about them. Especially when that's what Senate is supposed to be about.
As instead of just talking around the issue, especially considering that was literally asked a bajillion times in the actual conversation, because I literally said I was in distress about it and I wanted to talk to people. And then if people thought that I actually had a valid reason to go and talk, then I would go and ask to do it. And I was asked constantly, like, about me being backbiting and backstabbing and go behind people's backs. Like, you can't also sit there and go, oh, I understand why you're doing that, but then also talk around the issue as if I'm not even here. And then not only that, but then start asking questions directly in relation to what I was upset about, and then going, oh, I knew that never would have happened ever. I just wanted to hear it, as if, like, you just wanted to make a point.
I didn't want to make a point. It's best not to. We've talked about this repeatedly, that we don't want to make assumptions. I want to go to him directly. I want to hear him tell me that for sure. I don't want to make an assumption. I want to believe the best. But if we are asked about it, if it is brought to us, if something happens, and we don't have a response, and we've said that we've never talked to him about it, we've only presumed it, that's not the right way to go about it. My response to that is, then how am I supposed to know at any given minute that there's not a group chat about me right now?
Well, there are public accusations against you?
No.
Then there you go.
There weren't public accusations against me the last time there was a group chat without me.
Yeah, but you're literally, like, pushing things, and I get that you've got past experience with it, but you also can't say, well, I've got past experience with X, so therefore I'm going to shut down your feelings and past experience on literally what you're talking about right now. Especially when you're framing it as, like, me doing backstabby shit to someone I talk to every single day.
I literally just said I wasn't talking about you.
What Heaton's trying to say is, my point was a group chat like that existing when there's accusations, I understand. And Heaton saying, I disagree that group chats like that should happen when there's accusations. To my understanding, and either of you can correct me if I'm wrong here, please do, but the group chat you guys had was fine for what it was for.
Yeah, I have no problem with the group chat for what it was for.
Yeah, I'm just saying my problem because I had to leave the chat and I didn't bother talking to the mods after, and I know not to talk to you after this point because the entire time I was in there, I was just being questioned the entire time.
And Peaches had also done this with the Raven Pines calls, where they made comments in a chat Lio couldn't see, took his actions out of context, and then used said comments as justification for trashing Lio in front of over 100 people. Peaches was always sneakier about the things that they would do. Lumi did more openly dirty work, while Peaches kept it a little bit more closed off. Now, with Peaches, Cosmic, and Lumi gone, weirdly enough, I don't think there's anyone on the moderation team that doesn't get along. Then again, the mod staff is currently under reconstruction, so it's unclear how much all of this will stay that way, but those that stayed are all extremely tightly knit. So while people were saying that the Senate was just a friend group of moderators that would only let certain people get away with whatever they want, Peaches was secretly verbally abusing Lio behind closed doors, and was only allowing their friends they could trust wouldn't leak anything they were saying to Lio to know what was going on. Lio was being berated and threatened by Peaches constantly, and then Peaches would come crying to us saying they were the victim of the big scary lion man. This doesn't even touch the fact that Peaches was also using Lio's past traumas as a way to demean him in calls with us, including using his story of being abused against him as a way to say he was unfit to deal with victims of assault behind his back. That is abhorrent. So we detailed Lio and Senate's story without making it so that you don't need to watch his response video, because you absolutely should. Now, with all of this added context, why don't we go ahead and move away from the more private issues and look at things going down in public? Starting with the leaking of that now infamous Jay, Jordan, and Patrick Hart script that will never see the light of day. So let's dive into the script leak that occurred after the statements of Lumi, Peaches, and Cosmic were given. If you've been following the situation on Twitter, then you may have seen screenshots floating around of a script that was directly referencing and addressing Patrick Hart, Jay, and Jordan. This script was claimed to be written by Lio and then passed to Lumi. So the script was leaked to the internet, and after clarifying with Lio directly, the only person who could have possibly leaked the script that was published would have been none other than Lumi or Peaches, because of fucking course it was. The only others that had access would have been the Senate moderation staff and the Terabyters, who were the people that were working on writing and research. In that team, the compromised parties here would have been everyone in the private server, being Hidden, Lumi, Peaches, Sunny, myself, and K Cosmic. However, the document leaked was the one specific copy that was only seen by Lumi, Peaches, and Cosmic. However, Cosmic did not leak it of their own admission, leaving Lumi or Peaches. So this script is supposedly a script for a video in regards to the accusations pushed forward by Jordan and Jay, two of Lio's former family members that Lio disowned. The script was provided to outside sources and spread like wildfire on the internet, specifically on Twitter. So here's the issue with this script. The script given to people by Lumi was a copy of a first draft of the incomplete script for that video. Now, how do I know this? It's because Lio and I wrote the actual script that Lumi does not have access to. The script is not even formatted the same. If you look at the version of the script being shown off to the public in comparison to the current one, you'll notice wording differences between them and formatting differences. To the detriment of everyone involved with leaking this, I have access to both versions of the scripts that currently exist, and notably, they have different suggestion comments on them that are absolutely worth unpacking. While much of the original comments are constructive and works towards fixing things up, a la Hidden's comments, the other version paints Lumi and Peaches as far worse people than they want you to believe. As you can see from these comments, Peaches and Lumi became extremely volatile and disgusting towards Lio in these. There are multiple instances mentioning Jordan and Jay in the comments as well that would seem to reassure their stories, which directly contradicts the public statement given by Peaches where they disavowed Jay and Jordan's testimonies. There's also included instances of fat shaming, telling Lio to KYS, and other disgusting attacks at Lio that are completely unnecessary and uncalled for. Lumi and Peaches also did stream this to the Burger King private server that we mentioned earlier on. I was not in this call, nor do I fully know who was in it off of memory because Hidden was the one who told me this. However, using context clues, we can gather that Lumi, Aaron, Cosmic, and possibly Billy, due to the time frame, and possibly hidden were in the call, but never saw the comments at all until later. These comments were made on March 6th, which is a week before the video on Crystal would be released, proving that Peaches and Lumi were being vitriolic against Lio for a long time before the Senate purge that occurred on the 18th of March. They were plotting this long before, but we didn't even actually know about what was going to go down with this in any capacity. For Lumi to run around with this script knowing its exact contents and context to make Lio look like a worse person when you were a snake all along is just flat out disgusting. However, you might remember the statements made by Peaches, Lumi, and Cosmic, and I want to take another look at those to dissect two other major parties affected by all of this that I've mentioned, but not fully dissected, being Crystal Flame and Jibz. So I've mentioned earlier in this video what all happened with Crystal Flame, but you guys haven't heard from Crystal just yet. So I sat down for a little bit with Crystal to discuss everything with them and to ask a few questions that I had from this situation regarding them specifically. The first thing I asked them about was starting off with the situation surrounding the Glitch Tale videos, how they got into contact, and just how involved both Crystal and Peaches were in their creation. So to start out, I wanted to start by talking about the videos on the GTC that Peaches did, like, on their channel. So how did you guys get in contact to do that?
So that is a long one, so please be aware. So basically, when I first made my thread on October the 14th 2022, it was explaining that Camila has allowed a predator in her server for a multitude of years, did nothing, blah blah blah. We know that whole story. With that, Queen Seraphina was the first person to see my thread in relation, like, of someone who's of note. And with that, she retweeted it and then got in contact with me through Hateful. And then it led from there to where Hopeless Peaches also got in contact with me, because I knew about Hopeless Peaches in the past with the Camila drama, which is explained as well. So we've crossed paths before, and I did apologize for how I treated him due to how Camila acted in the past. We had I've said past so many times now. But yeah, it went from there. I joined the Senate, and then me and Peaches started talking. From there, we sat down for weeks on end, going through everything. Peaches at the time was, I have to give it to him, he was supportive of me, or so it felt like it. We were going through the Diamond Chat. I was taught about Discord, Chat Exporter, and basically we exported the Diamond Chat. We did the interviews of everybody. We confronted Artie. We confronted Via, and then that was the pinnacle of the help. They made the videos, which I helped a lot more than I made publicly aware of. And I will never say they didn't do anything, but I definitely diminish the credit of what I put into it, because I've spent countless nights, any of the Glitch Channel victims can attest to this, going through logs, going through screenshots, confronting abusers myself. But Peaches did help in that regard, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so then about the videos, so how heavy was your involvement with it? Because you said that you, you were more involved than you let on.
Yes. So, with the first video, the script was written by Peaches, but there was a lot of things I had to make amends to, because he got a lot of information correct in relation to it. So I was behind the scenes correcting the script, correcting information, also providing screenshots. I was the one who got most of the screenshots, if not all, in relation to Peach's involvement with it. I censored every single screenshot to make sure minors weren't dragged into it and or anything like that. When it came to the second video he made, I fully edited that. I helped a lot with the script, and I helped a lot with the evidence. So, but in the public perception and how I was fine with it happening, was Peaches taking all the credit for dealing with all the glitch show abusers, dealing with deleting Camila's server and everything like that. Because right now, I didn't want to be known for it, and I still don't, but now I've just come to accept that I need to be. So if you can, back in Peach's live streams, you could hear him constantly say, oh, I dealt with this, I dealt with that, I dealt with the 28 different abusers, when he helped with 3. And I was completely fine with this before, but now I'm like, no. Peaches did some of the effort, but to say that he did anything close to what he said he did is complete bullshit.
So of the 28, Peaches helped with 3.
Being Veer, Artie, and Camila. Veer and Artie, again, I will give the Senate 110% credit. The Senate dealt with Veer and Artie, my groomers and my abusers, better than even today I could have dealt with because of the interpersonal connection between them. We got full confessions done by Lio, Peaches, and Queen Seraphina. But the other 25 all have been dealt behind closed doors by myself. And because I understand the nuances of all of the situations, because, you know, I grew up in the Glitch Cell crew from 13 to 18. So, yeah. I think that's the question. I think, yeah.
Yeah, holy shit. That's a massive bombshell that, like, Aaron was not helping as much as previously thought. And yes, you heard that right. By Crystal's admission, Peaches did the work for 3 of the 28 people outed from that situation, while Peaches did credit for the work Crystal did on the other 25. While Crystal was okay at the time with Peaches taking credit for that work, they prefer now to address it using their story and their platform. So then I get into whether or not Crystal does feel regret or any sadness with the videos on the GTC going down due to Peaches terminating their YouTube channel, where Crystal explains that Peaches lied about why the videos ended up going down prior to their channel being deleted. Okay. So in regards to, so the videos are now gone because Peaches terminated all of their accounts. Like, is there, like, any regret with the videos going down? Like, do you wish they were still up?
So there's a lot to this, because Peaches actually lied about the reason for them being privatized. And it's something I'm going to be talking in my own video about. Basically, Peaches said to Lio and the others around that it was taken down due to privacy claims, like invalid privacy claims, and tried to make it out that they're being hated on and, you know, people are attacking them. When I have confirmation...
Is that the privacy complaints that Peaches got from, like, Chile?
They weren't privacy complaints.
Okay.
They are defamation complaints made by Nynx and Jackie. Nynx and Jackie made defamation complaints for specific timestamps within the videos where they said that Nynx and Jackie bribed me. Nynx and Jackie never bribed me, and Nynx and Jackie had the full right to make sure those short sections within the live stream and within the second video were removed, so that Peaches also private the first video, which was made in Camila, is complete absolute bullshit, and they used it as a get out of jail free card to take down the videos.
Okay. Good to know. Yeah, that is kind of wild. After this, I asked about how much contact Crystal and Peaches had as friends up until the point of this recording on March 20th. I then learned about Peaches using Crystal's own group chats as a way to vent about their private issues with Jordan, Lio, and Lio's wife. So then, how have you, like, kept up with Peaches in private, like, as friends?
Up to when?
Like, up until now, like, in regards to like the Senate mass exodus, basically.
Well,
so, like, before then, did you try keeping up with Peaches as a friend?
I would like to, at the time, consider them a friend, in regards to how I introduced them to my close group chat, which it involves a lot of the glitch cell victims. I will, again, explain more into this later. But we tried to introduce him, tried to make him feel welcome, and because we're thankful for the help at the time that he did provide, and we thought that he genuinely cared for us. But he used me and my friends as a place to just trauma dump his issues. He informed us about stuff we shouldn't know about, the main example being Jordan. As we know of the screenshot, which was, quote, leaked, that was me who informed Jordan about that, because without warning or anything like that, every time without fail, Peaches would talk about an issue they have or always make the chats about them. And they told us information we shouldn't know, and it was not okay for them to use our space as a dumping ground for that, but we didn't realize how bad it was until, you know, hindsight is 2020 and all that.
Yeah. So I know you mentioned they definitely leaked stuff about Jordan. Did they do it about Lio or his wife?
They did about Lio and his wife. They shit talked Lio quite a bit. They mentioned Lio's wife once or twice. So very much poisoning the well and changing our perception of Lio at the time. He also did it about Jibs. He also mentioned Jibs' story 5 months ago. So I feel a lot of this, the mass exodus, has a lot more premeditation behind it than anything.
Okay, that is good to know. So and then how frequent was it that Peaches was doing this? Like about any of the situations you talked about? Like was it like what was the time frame?
Hold on, I can get the exact time frame. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
If I can actually got a tag, 1 second. That. So we added Peaches into our group chat on the exact date of the 28th of the 9th, 2023. That was the first time they were introduced into our group chat. And they would infrequently talk there. They weren't an active member, but again, when they did, they just used it as a trauma dumping ground and just to speak to their own issues. And we were fine with that because, again, it's like our group chat is a safe space where we are allowed to express how we feel. But Peaches didn't know these people, if that makes sense. Like, he knew me. Like,
yeah.
I would say we were friends. But the other people he didn't know, and he didn't take any time to know. And it's kind of disgusting how he used a space like that to do all of this in. And I don't know why he thought that was okay.
Okay. And then when / was Aaron removed from the group chat?
They left themselves. That was after a day after my thread, if I remember correctly. Let me grab that as well.
So that would be February 27th?
I'm just double checking that. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Yep, 27th. They left the group chat on their own choice. We were going to remove them, but the person who had hosted the group was busy at the time, so they just left on their own accord.
After learning all of this, I then moved into the experience that Crystal Flame had with Lumi, as by this point they had conducted an interview with Lumi about their behaviors and caught them out on a lot of the lying he was doing behind the scenes. Okay, so then, we kind of talked about Peaches a little bit. So what was your experience with Lumi? Because I know you had some experience with Lumi.
It was very little to none in the grand scheme of things. Like, we talked a few times in Senate. You know, we interacted, we helped with a few cases. But no, in the context of Lumi, I just knew that they were a very close friend of Peaches. And we interacted 1 or 2 times on the live streams I've done with Peaches. But for the most part, I just thought they were a cool person at the time. Who helped with cases and was around the Senate or the Senate admin. So there wasn't much connection between me and Lumi.
Okay, and then... So then the only major thing with Lumi really was the call that you had, what was it, yesterday?
Yes.
With
yes,
Lumi?
It was. Yeah, because I still will stand by this completely. They had no right to leak Jibs' story, call, or anything like that. So that is the most I think I've ever talked to Lumi in that range. Like, that's how little I knew Lumi.
Okay.
I've been a public detractor about Erin for the longest time. Well, not longest time, ever since, you know, I found out about the Amino screenshots. But I understand Lumi's approach, that they feel that they're smarter than me, and they feel that I'm easy to shake. So my approach was to play into that idea, to act like I was believing what they were saying. But I was also... My main focus was Jibs. So when it came to what was going on, I was a lot more stern-footed, being like, this is not okay what you've done. This is disgusting. You had no right to talk about Jibs' story like that. We were also getting confirmation on who edited the video, whose idea it was to mention Jibs' story, and just getting any information from Lumi we could, like in relation to logs that they have on Jibs, to videos they have on Jibs. So for the first hour of the call, it was the idea of get all the information clear about Jibs that we can. And the last 15 minutes was me trying to ask new questions and see if I can find out more about Hopeless Peach's suicidal tendencies and my own issues I have. But Lumi at the time had a personal matter, which even now, even after everything, I will respect and I will believe that they had to deal with that. But at the time of this recording, I'm planning to do a second call with Lumi to see if I can get that information out there, to see if I can poke that bear and see if I can find out more. But no, to preface the whole idea, the first call was just to get information about Jibs, to make sure that Jibs can express to Lumi as well that this is not okay and this is disgusting what they have done to him.
Yeah, absolutely. At the time of this being scripted, a second call with Lumi has not happened yet. It's planned to happen, but nothing has come of it. So now there is the major elephant in the room. The calls leading to the Crystal Flame video on Lio's channel still needed to be explained. So here is every single piece of context of the calls and the questions that I asked Crystal about them. Okay, so then the last major thing I want to talk about is the shenanigans that occurred starting in late February of 2024 in relation to Lio and Peaches. And we were going at it for a second about those, but basically, so what happened there, like as a brief summary, is just that on the 25th, you found like the amino screenshots. And they did have some questionable things in them that needed addressed. So then the first call happened, and then to my understanding, there were more people in that call than initially thought of.
Okay, so let me explain that. So basically, this was before I actually found out about the amino screenshots. So the first call was when I found out from the FCK Twitter account that, the FCK existed, and I wanted to know more about this because I looked into allegations about it, about one of the people they talked about being Future Butters. So I looked into Future Butters myself, and I found some very questionable things. So I was like, okay, this account has some validity behind it. They're spitting some facts. And then I saw Hopeless Peach's name mentioned it. I'm like, okay, hold on. This person has been a representative, at least from the public face, for the glitch shell victim. So I need to find out what the hell this is on about. So the first call I have with Lio, where Lio handed me the FCK logs around an hour or two before that, so I could go over it. I found some questionable stuff said by Peaches in it, so I asked for a call with Lio, and then that's where I explain, here's the screenshots I found, here's everything like that. I find this hypocritical with how Peaches has been grandstanding and being against this, but then doing it in the FCK server. And then while I was explaining, Peaches joined the call, and then it went from there back and forth. They were quite emotional at the time, so we moved it to a private call because Asuka was in the call at the time. And then it was just us still going through more the FCK server and everything along those lines. And about an hour and a half into the call, after Peaches was breaking down and they were struggling, they decided to add Lumi into the call for emotional support. And then it just led to two other people being added, and all just defending Peaches, being like, it's okay, we're here from you, you did nothing wrong, oh my god, are you okay? Yes, really. Even back then, I was annoyed by it, because I feel like Peaches was being pampered way too much.
Yeah, okay. Because, I mean, I wasn't aware of the extent of that call.
Yeah.
So then the second call that happened was in the mod staff chat for Senate, where Peaches drafted up the thread they released about the accountability for the FCK.
In my head, is still the first call, because I was also in that call as well, because I was dragged into the mod chat. So that call aligns with my first call. So the first call happened, and then we moved to the mod chat, and I don't have that recorded, because again, that's why I stopped recording, because I felt like people were pampering Peaches too much, and I was like, it's just the same thing. But then that's where the thread released, because I was the one who advised Peaches to talk about this, as they should have.
Yeah.
And then after Peaches released the thread, within the thread replies itself were the amino screenshots. If that makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
Okay. And then, so then after that, the 26th happened. And then, so Lio said he was at a work meeting, and then Aaron was on a break by that point. And then you posted the thread while Lio was in the meeting, and then when Lio came out of that meeting and got home, me and him got in call with you and Dorito talking about it, because we did not talk about the amino screenshots beforehand. So then we kind of walked through everything, and from what I know now, basically Aaron was threatening Lio, basically saying, like, you need to defend me or I'm going to cut you off. And that's where a lot of that energy came from. And by this point, I can confirm this with you, that in the BK server, Aaron was talking about very often, 3 times from like the 24th until the 27th, of multiple instances where they were discussing and talking about hurting themselves. So we were doing the absolute most in order to protect Aaron because of this. So then we got in that call and we discussed everything. But then Aaron was ramping things up after the second call happened. And like it got really bad with Lio, and we started having to rush the video. Because initially Aaron actually wanted it out even earlier. And then and then on this, I believe it was on the 6th, there was a point where Aaron did attempt on their life in the BK server. I was not present for that. I know other people were. They were very scared by it. I would have to verify context of that, but this was around the time that a lot of the stuff with the video on you is being discussed. Not by Lio, but by Peaches. So that gives a little bit more context on that. And then there was a third call with Lio that you had before the video went up. And that call was not included in the video. Can you give more context on what that call was?
Call was my added anxiety, because I had a feeling, I don't know how, I just had a feeling that the video was going to be framed in bad faith. And, you know, during the 2 weeks of me, 3 weeks in between, like, the second call and the video coming out, my anxiety was picking up quite a bit, because, again, I have nothing to hide, but, you know, having anyone make a video on you, especially when they are seen as a trusted source, I'm like, how is this going to be spun? How is this going to be presented?
Yeah.
And that's where, like, because, again, I don't see myself as this big, strong person. Like, I never framed myself to be. But that's where I reached out to Lio. I was like, okay, I think I know they're going to talk about the dub, even though it's already been addressed by Aaron. I feel like that is literally my biggest mistake. And again, I own up to that myself. I was punished for it back in the Glitch Shell server by Camila and Veer, and it was also brought up again during the Glitch Shell situation by another groomer called Devourer. So I was ordered called up for it for 3 times, and then I was called up again by Erin back in 2023, and I was like, that is literally it. That's my biggest mistake when I was freshly 18, and I felt like it was going to be brought up. So I reached out to Lio, basically panicking, like kind of breaking down, because I wanted to know what was going to be discussed, and I wanted to make sure that Dorito wasn't dragged into this, because the only reason that Dorito was even involved in the call was for emotional support for me, in a way, to make sure that I'm okay during all this, because again, like, I might have put on a very brave face, but I'm very intertwined with my own emotions, and I make that quite clear. So I reached out to Lio saying, can we just talk 1-to-1, no recording, human to human? And I express anything. I ask them, if you have any questions for me, feel free to ask. And then I clarified what the dub was, because Lio, given the context of what I know now, it makes sense why he presumed it was sexual roleplay. When it, again, this has been cleared up now. It never was sexual roleplay. It was just a crude dub at best.
Yeah.
But Lio thought it was, and that's why I clarified, no, this was just a crude dub, which I still deeply regret and don't think is appropriate. But the call was just the idea, here's the facts, please keep Dorito out of this. if there needs to be pressure, put it on me because I know I can deal with it, and I know DeVito can't. And that was kind of evident with the after effects of the video and the impact it had on my partner. So that was just the third call,
Yeah.
just being like, I have nothing to hide. Please feel free to ask me because I am all for the truth being out there. And if you feel you need to call me out, I'm fine with that. But I did tell him within my own video, Crystal Flame, my truth, where I'm speaking about all my experiences, which still wasn't out because this situation has also delayed it. There is no freedom from this.
Yeah, no, I've been waiting for that video, and we've all been stuck in this purgatory for like 4 weeks.
Oh my god, because I literally talk about it in my own video, like the dub. So I do still feel by like I know like the video's gonna be taken down in hindsight with all that blah blah blah. We know that's gonna happen because Lio doesn't stand by that video anymore. But it felt kind of hurtful because I felt like I was confessing to my own mistakes because I like to hold myself to the same standards I hold other people. And even though most people completely forgot about the dub, I felt it was only fair for me to present it myself. So I was like, I'd rather you not talk about it. I'd rather you give me a bit of time so I can get out. Because I said to Lio, give me 3 days. And he released that video literally the same day. Like, I needed like another day to get everything recorded, get everything edited. And I felt like that was taking away my story, my truth. And that's why I'm also hurt by the video which was made, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that. So in regards to the video now, so there are 3 separate points where I think the video was declining in favor. The first is obviously when it was uploaded because of the fact that it did not premiere, because fun fact, there was an issue with the premiere where it was set to premiere at 2 a.m. on March 13th. It was meant to be 2 p.m. and it was 12 p.m. when Lio was trying to put it up, and he accidentally goofed on it, so YouTube thought the video premiered, so it just went up. And then, so there was no premiere or anything. And then, the second point was when you dropped your response that did dismantle things very well. Yeah, and then, because, like, I was watching it, and while I did have some side eyes with, like, the chat's conduct and a couple things, those have been cleared up now. Because we, like, talked about everything. And then the third point was obviously the Senate mass exodus that happened on Monday, where Lio is being framed as an abuser when he isn't. So, and we've all talked about this now, but basically we're keeping the video up until all of our videos come out, so that way we can save face with Lumi and Aaron, and also for the sake of Sunny, who's currently on a trip with Aaron, basically to like stop everything from going sideways. And then the video will be privated once Lio's video goes up, and then you're dropping a video, I'm dropping a video, and Susie's dropping a video. So it's just gonna be bam, 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 and then it's cleared for the most part. And then so that's kind of like the road from here.
Yeah, because it's actually something that me and Lio both came to the conclusion, like in our own way. It was a kind of a theory I had with Lumi and Peaches leaving. I feel, and Lio also feels the same way, not the exact wording, but, you know, same kind of idea, that Lumi and Peaches were trying to use Lio as an attack dog against me, to try and get me to shut up. Like, how dare you speak up about Peaches? How dare you talk about this? How dare you backstab us like this? And they were relying on Lio being able to strong arm me, and the video being so long, it was almost impossible for me to reply, because Peaches knows I don't make videos like that. That's evident from all of my previous things. So it was the idea that there's no way Crystal will be able to deal with this. And that's something I can also reinforce, because in our third call, Lio said again and again and again, just don't reply then. Just move on. Just leave the internet, as you've been saying you were going to. So I feel like when Peaches and Lumi saw me reply, and because already when the video came out, people were like, this feels icky. But after I made my reply, most people can see how the video was complete bullshit. And again, Lio's privatizing it, so that's literally confirmation that he stands by that sentiment as well. Like, he was forced into not forced, because again, I will give him a lot of leeway. He was under a lot of pressure. He was under, like, from Peaches, like, literally saying, I'm gonna end my own life. If this isn't done, you need to defend me. Why are you not defending me? I cannot imagine being under that pressure. but I feel Lio still needs to be aware he is an adult. He's older than me. He's 38. I'm 21. He still needs to take that responsibility that the video was still made and he still recorded those lines.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like I do understand. That's why I'm working with you guys, because I do understand the nuances to it. But this just needs to never ever happen again, because.
Yeah, of course. And now with Aaron like out of his life, I don't think it will, which is definitely a positive, because of just like how much Aaron was putting him under for the last 2 years. Like I feel like it's definitely going to be a sense of clarity now.
I agree.
Yeah. So then, is there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
What can I think of? Yeah. No. One thing that's going to be interesting, again, people probably will see my video with this as well, is that I was remember the sentiment of my video was like, I don't want this to be a back and forth. Like, me and you even agreed when, we were walking on eggshells around one another because of, like, the shit what Erin was saying about me. How I said, I didn't want this to be a big back and forth between the Senate. Because that wouldn't, even then, like, when we were all beefing with one another, we realized this wasn't going to work out, because if me and Lio went head to head, it would be never ending, and none of us needed that. But
yeah, exactly.
I thought Lio didn't think this because he didn't know as much as I thought. He knew less than I thought he knew. You will see in my video how much of a line in the sand I drew, because there's a lot more I wanted to talk about, but I didn't want my video to be weaponized. But now with what Erin's done, you will see, that's all I am going to say, the amount of stuff I was holding back in relation to that.
In relation to Lio or Aaron?
Erin. Like, I have my issues with, Lio, but again, at the time, Lio and Erin were interconnected, so I knew if I was going to make claims or show more proof about Erin, it would be basically directly attacking Lio with how they were at the time. So that's why I was like, leave me alone, I have more proof. Leave me be. Stick to your word. But now that's not there anymore, and now Erin's literally going off the notes from what I've seen, trying to attack. Erin wanted me gone, by the way. They completely wanted me gone, seeing some of those footnotes in the original script. It's horrifying to look at. Oh my god.
They were telling Lio to like KYS and fat shaming and all this shit. I was like, You claim he doesn't care about you, but like clearly that is not reciprocated anywhere.
It's disgusting, completely. Because any kind of disagreement to Peaches, with Lio, it was like, you're horrible. You're just as bad as I wish I was talking to my groomer instead of you and stuff like that. And with me, it was literally
it's
me.
Awful.
They were saying, oh, they were sexual around kids. Crystal's happy kids got hurt. And it's like, oh my god, that's
disgusting. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck?
In every kind of way. So that's why another thing. I am so happy I handled most of the glitch cell cases, because to have someone like that around such vulnerable people petrifies me. So that's why I'm so glad I dealt with it. Because, holy shit.
Yeah, that could have gone so wrong. Obviously you did a lot of work on this, and it's massive. And I do wish you the best with all of that, absolutely. And I do hope you can finally get the videos out, because oh my god.
Because now, one thing I'm happy I can do, because again, even with this, after this is all done, I am reinforcing the disconnection between me and the Senate. Because again, I will still say I'm thankful for the assistance that the Senate has provided with Virinati. I will never deny that. That was incredible, and I cannot thank you guys enough for that. But me and the glitch cell victims need that disconnection with how the video was framed, how my character was attacked. Even though I understand the nuances to it, and I'm repeating my points now, it was not okay.
Yeah, and that is understandable, absolutely. Because it was awful for you guys to deal with that. And I'm sorry for the hand I had in that. Because while both me and Lio were under distress in that situation, it was genuinely awful to you.
Yeah, but no, again, I get it. I understand nuances. I understand why you guys responded as you did. So that's why, I'm working, as I said before, with you guys during all this. But Jesus Christ, never again. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was so bad.
We were beefing. We were going head to head. We didn't need to.
We were fighting. It was something.
But yeah, no,
good. Is there anything else you want to discuss?
That's all I can think of. If you do have any more questions, feel free to ask me later, and I can jump in call again. But yeah, I think I've cleared up everything I need to.
So what could we take away from this call? Well, we can certainly say that I know much more about the context surrounding everything regarding Peaches in the GTC. Getting heavy confirmation on these things from someone who was in the metaphorical room where it happened provides a lot more credibility than I knew I could get out of this call. The other major person to bring up in all of this would be Jibz. JibzThePig was a Senate member for a long time, and Lio helped out Jibz during the situation surrounding the Joshua Vita case, someone who he was a victim of. However, some of Lio's behavior towards Jibz was rather vitriolic and disgusting looking back, and Lio fucked up majorly in handling Jibz publicly 100%. Lio has since apologized to Jibz for these actions, but Jibz said that they won't accept the apology unless they notice a significant change in Lio throughout all of this. Which, honestly, it's very understandable to want to see change in people that you unfortunately can't see the better in yet. But regardless, here's the call with Jibz.
Yo.
Alright, hello. Nice to meet you, Jibz. Yeah, definitely nice to talk to you about all of this.
It's funny. I'm meeting so many people under some lovely circumstances, but
yeah, it's definitely a mess. So definitely nice to talk to you. So as you know, I'm working on a massive video exposing what Peaches and Lumi did to me, did to Crystal, Lio, you, everyone. And there's a lot of testimonies and stuff, and I wanted to get yours side of the situation. So I just have a few questions for you, and if there's anything you want to throw out in relation to the context of the vid, feel free to, or if you have any questions for me, definitely ask them.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I guess to start, so how did things start out on the 18th when you, found out about your story being used?
So, funny thing, I don't know if Crystal told you this, but Crystal and I had actually just been in call before all this dropped, for a couple hours, which this was, our first time really talking, Crystal and I, but we were just talking about things, and I was, vaguely talking about, past issues in Senate, and I was like, yeah, I don't think I ever really want to talk about it publicly for multiple reasons. And then we were talking about oh, what if you do get dragged into this? And I was like, I know I'm being paranoid. That's not gonna happen. Why would that happen? There's no reason that would happen. And then we were talking about, what we would do if that did happen. And Chris was like, yeah, I'm here for you if that does happen. I've got you. And then so I leave that call and head to class, and then I'm just sitting in class for a little bit. I check my phone for a second, and I get a message from quite a few people, one of them being Gilded, who's like, hey, have you seen this, essentially, and stuff, and sending me the call that got dropped in the documents. And initially, yeah, I was in class, and so thank God it was a shorter class, but initially I was confused. I was like, oh, I guess something's going on, because I initially just read the part that was like, oh, call with one of Vita's victims. I was like, oh, maybe that's with Jordan or Jazz. And then I saw the timestamp, and I was like, oh, fuck. I know which call this was. I was like, yeah, that's me. That's my call. And I listened to it for a couple seconds. I was like, yep, that's my call. And so I immediately started panicking. As once again, I was terrified of being dragged into this, much more terrified of dealing with all of that, terrified of having to deal with Lio's response to it as well. And yeah, I left class. I just ran out completely and started panicking, and I was sobbing, and my heart rate was spiking really bad. And so I immediately got on to call with Crystal, and Crystal helped me calm down from it, and we started sort of just sorting out a game plan, essentially. So yeah, that's what immediately happened. I was very freaked out, and so that's why the post sort of that Crystal put out about, hey, Jibz doesn't give people permission to cover this quite yet, is because I really wanted to first collect my thoughts and be able to say something, which I did when we popped onto Beckett's stream, so that I could sort of say my piece about it before people immediately dove into covering it and stuff, which now I'm okay with people covering it, of course, as I've said, and we have the video that Crystal and I put out. So
yeah, okay, that's definitely good context to have. That is a really weird situation, though, to be in call with Crystal, surely this will not happen, and then it happens, verbatim. That is Oh my
No, 'cause
god.
I had been messaging Sarah previously as well, like talking about how I was like, I know I'm being paranoid. There's no reason they would drag me in. And like I think she also agreed. She's like, yeah, there's no reason someone would drag you in. And of all people, I'm so shocked that it was Peaches and Lumi because I've never really spoken with these people before. Like the only I
Okay.
went back to see if I had any message logs with Lumi, especially after Crystal and I had a call with Lumi. The only thing they ever sent me was this like breathing exercise gif one time, and that's it. Like I don't know these
Okay.
people. I was so shocked. I
Yeah, so to kind of give context, with like what the rest of us were going through with Peaches and Lumi's private server. So fun fact, the issue with these docs is that so Hidden and I were actually in the private server where these were being made behind our backs because we did not know about literally any of this dropping. We actually were left completely in the dark about this. And then it dropped on all of us at once. Like, we found out real time. And we also started calling things into question with how Lumi and Peaches did it because we thought these people were our friends. But looking back on things, they just used us. And it was really, really dark. I won't go into it right now. But like when the video drops, the things that they did to us was really bad. But basically, so we were left completely in the dark about this. And then later, Cosmic, one of the people who dropped statements, actually found out that Lumi and Peaches did not get permission to use your story. Did they ever tell you that or no?
Yeah, I got some messages from Cosmic, and then also we had sort of a call with Cosmic and Sarah's server. It was very peaceful. It was very just sort of everyone just like talking things out, trying to figure out exactly what happened, what Cosmic knew, what Cosmic didn't know. And yeah, we gave Cosmic a lot of grace, especially considering after talking with them for a bit, I was like, okay, I genuinely believe you that you didn't know, especially considering when this all dropped, I literally said, I was like, who is Cosmic? I was like, who is this person? I've never heard of this person before.
Yeah.
Because I took like a year-long break from Senate. I had it like muted for a while. And then like a week or so ago, I peeped my head back in, saw everything going on. And I think I left like one last message that was just like, I'm not sticking around for the dumpster fire, and left. That's literally all I said. That was just...
Yeah, I mean...
I ditched.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I was a Senate mod for about 3 months. Now I'm just a terabyter because I was like, I'm a content creator and a college student, and these things don't mesh well with spontaneous Discord calls. So I was like, maybe I'll just stay on the research side. But basically, so your story got used in the docs without your permission. So then there were also screenshots shown from 2021 where people were interacting with you in Senate. And so this was when Senate had minors in it, correct?
Yes. I don't remember exactly when Senate stopped having minors in it. I know it was, I think, a couple months before I turned 18, because that's one of the reasons why I got to stay in there while I was still a minor, despite the new rule, because I was 17, about to turn 18. So... yeah, but it was during that time, and I was brought into Senate directly after the Vita stuff. Actually, because of the Vita stuff, it was sort of there to offer me community and people to talk to, essentially. I was warned what kind of server it was, but... yeah.
Okay. So then you said you had Senate muted. Were you aware of, like, a lot of the changes that went down in, like, December 2023-ish, or did you not look in it, like, at all?
I had... so Senate muted, I really didn't check out my Twitter at all. I think I actually had my Twitter app deleted for a while. The only internet stuff I really did was occasionally post to my Instagram and TikTok with updating art and cosplay stuff, and then speaking with my close friends. Like, the only Senate person that I was really speaking with during that time was mostly Sarah, and then occasionally like Busy and Drunkle and stuff about just life things. But those are people who I speak with outside of Senate, so...
Okay. Yeah, that's good to know. So then So for the screen caps, you, just to clarify the timeline here, how old are you right now?
I just turned 20 on March 1st, so a week or so ago.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I am 2 years younger. I'm 18. So this would be 2021. So you would have been 17? Yeah. Okay. All right, that tracks. I'm just trying to like line up the timeline here. So then there was an interview with Lumi, Crystal, you, and I believe Hidden was there as well. So I obviously wasn't in there, and Crystal hasn't given me the call yet. Can you kind of elaborate, like, what went down in that call?
So we were just asking a lot of questions, mostly. Like, generally what their thought process was, how long this thing was worked on with the documents and stuff, how long the video itself was edited, why they did certain things, were there certain things they did think about, didn't think about, reasoning behind things. That was just all of it. Just a lot of questions for them. And then also asking about, like, Senate logs they had and stuff.
Okay, got it. So then also with everything that surfaced surrounding Lio specifically, so did Lio ever apologize back then for the things that he said to you?
So here's the thing. Lio apologized, I believe, the day after for that call specifically. And at the time I accepted it, I believe the apology was actually put in Arena, so the main chat, rather than in DMs. But at the time I accepted it, later on I did learn that that apology was essentially mostly because Peaches told him to do so, but also because all the mods had, well, many of the mods had yelled at him, specifically Monstrous, after they heard about what happened in that call, because not all of them were present for it. So
Okay.
because of that, I just personally don't feel like I can fully accept it as genuine, even if it was because he was essentially told to apologize. And since I did have a call with Lio recently where he apologized again, and I told him I appreciate it, but I can't accept it, especially not right now. He's had plenty of time to apologize to me for what happened in Senate, that other Senate mods have taken that time to apologize to me since. It's just, especially with everything suddenly coming out now and me now receiving an apology, I told him I need to see some clear evidence of change in behavior for me to consider accepting that apology.
Okay, yeah, I definitely see that angle. So I was talking with Crystal a little bit about like stuff related to the conversations that you guys had and stuff. And they did bring up like the change thing. So I will let you in on this. I'm gonna cut this section out of the video just because I don't want this going public for me. So he has changed his approach, but still like it doesn't excuse the actions of the past. Yeah, definitely.
And I'm really glad that, especially if he has really changed and he's taken time to reflect, because something I think me and some other, I was never a Senate mod, but I'm friends with a lot of old Senate mods, talked about is just we feel like he might have never really had time to reflect, and now he's finally getting that time. And a lot of us really do hope that he chooses this time to reflect and grow a lot, because a lot of us, contrary to a lot of the people who are just like sort of dogging on Lio, a lot of us got to see the sort of, I know this is cheesy, but the like true side of Lio, like how he actually could be outside of the yelling and like when he was really stressed and stuff and just yelling at people. Yeah. Now that doesn't excuse, of course, his actions, but it's just like when you've seen that and when you've seen the good he can do, because he did do good for me. He did help me with resources similarly, and he helped me to file a report, and he helped me through a lot of different things. But at the same time, he would do that, and then we'd go back and do this. And then even in some calls, like I talked about how I was going to be making another sort of full video on my full Senate experience. So I've been going through some of my old calls, but essentially, like, some of the calls, they would yell or, like, berate me for a while. And then when I would start to cry, it would be suddenly then, oh, here, we're supporting you, we're here for you. Well, some people would also make fun of me for crying, but it's just kind of like that sort of like back and forth between like, we bully you, we berate you, and then we're here for you. So it's just very complicated. But yeah, no, I do hope Lio can grow from this. Yeah. And I really do hope he truly has changed. But especially, I feel like some of his response to some of this stuff which I get. He's under pressure. A lot of eyes are on him. But some of his response to some of this stuff does not reflect well on him, especially with the crystal stuff. But, yeah.
So real quick, so is it just the crystal stuff, or are there other things you want to bring up? Because I can't actually give context to
I know
those.
context on the crystal stuff. I mean, in the end, I do want to say it's still his actions, even if he was like pushed into it and all that. Still partially
Yeah,
responsible,
absolutely.
definitely. But also, like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say Jordan's perfect. I am personally friends with Jordan, and I feel like I feel sort of a sense of camaraderie with Jordan. I don't know if that's the right word, but because of the things both of us went through with Vita, but I don't think him saying that he's going to embarrass Jordan in Senate chat. I forget. I think someone sent me the logs. I have to find it. But just some of his
Like
phrasing.
the recent
Yes,
instance.
some of his recent phrasing
Okay.
towards people and how he seems to want to tackle some of these things, which I told him when we were in call. And I was like, this is why some people don't think you've changed, is because you're kind of jumping to attack the person instead of attacking the actual allegations and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, listen, even if you do have criticism of this person, putting that in the same video as stuff you're being accused of does not reflect well on you, and it doesn't look good. And there are instances where you're being a little too hard on some people.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I will say this. There is currently a script floating around of the Jay and Jordan video, and I want to give you context of that because that is not the So that is not the actual script. I would know because Lio and I wrote the scripts. The actual script, not the one that is out. That script is a copy of the first draft that is incomplete of the script.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so basically there are about like 4 different hoops that Lumi and Peaches jumped through to justify putting that script out there, and we still don't know how it fully got out. We know Lumi leaked it 100% because of the copy that was leaked, but we don't know who it was to, because I initially thought it was to Harley TBS, but Crystal confirmed that wasn't the case. So we're trying to figure out, like, where Lumi took the doc.
Yeah.
But yeah, so basically the tea on that specific version is that Lio was not done writing the script and did not want to use that script because he wrote it in a fit of rage, genuinely, because of the fact that he was wronged by a lot of people, and it was the first time that he was watching the videos that came out. So basically, it was rage vomit. And so I looked at it, and I said, that ain't gonna fly. So then what we ended up doing with the script is that we took it, we got rid of it entirely, made an entire new script, and then we went through, like, the specific videos we needed to hit. We did so constructively, where everything has a clip or a screenshot that can be proven instead of just hate-filled rage, because I think at one point he does criticize Patchwork for choosing emotions over seeing evidence, and I was like, you kind of can't use a lot of emotion or ad hominem if you're going to make a claim like that. And he's like, yeah, that is completely fair.
And that's something I have also heard from other mods. I don't have personal experiences with Patch a lot, but from what I've seen, yeah, that definitely seems like the case.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of a situation from what I've read that, like, nobody here is a perfect person in regards to the stuff I've seen with, like, the Jay and Jordan stuff, but it's really about accountability and change, and I feel like Lio was willing to take it, and he was willing to take the criticism, unlike what Lumi and Aaron say. But yeah, that's kind of what the context of that script is.
Here's something I will tell you, is that from what I've heard from some of the OG mods, they'd been telling him for ages certain things to improve and stuff, certain things like not to do. Like, Senate wasn't initially a bully server. It was like sort of like just a bunch of people hanging out and like gaming and stuff. And while I was there, it still was sort of that. It kept sort of being, they would drag these people in, and then there was a point where some people were like, hey, let's not do this anymore, and then it just kept happening. So I do know some of the OG mods are kind of upset a little bit. But
yeah, So to give context of where Senate is at now, basically, so the calls do happen. That is a thing. But they're not as regular as a lot of people say they are. I want to say, like, since February, we've probably had, like, 5 total, maybe. Because there was the Conundrum call that happened because Conundrum was asking for it. Neko Shadows at one point, and that I think was early February. There was the Raven Pines call, which Doodle Tones is making a video on, because that was actually the instance where Lio was server muted by Aaron. And then there was another one where it was quite tame, actually. It was just somebody who was concerned about the Rosa call, and they wanted their questions answered, so they asked for Lio's audience, and Lio and I kind of clarified things on it. It was very calm. Most of the calls that happen in Senate now do not happen in a vitriolic manner whatsoever. Basically, because of the moderators that are there, what we do is we make sure that, like, there's no diagnosing people randomly, like, oh, I think this person's a complete narcissist, and we're like, don't do that, you don't know people. Basically, like, refraining from any ableist language, call or not, like, that's just gross. Making sure that we're being respectful of other sides, making sure we're hearing people out, not talking over people. Basically, the etiquette in those calls has significantly improved, especially when Lio has other mods there to check him. And also, the entire old mod staff with Lumi gone is completely wiped. Like, I want to say the most recent moderator in there now is either Cure or Asuka, and they've only been mods for about 8 months because of the fact that Lio did want to redo a lot of the mod staff and take the server in a new direction, which is why people like Norden left.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're at now, and we do a lot of, like, gaming, a lot of, like, art contests, like, Lio's ran a few of them. So it's very different now than what it was. It's more so a blend of the two. So it's like, yeah, the calls do happen, but also other things happen. Not a lot of other things are happening right now because Senate Max Exodus occurred on Monday, so it's in a bit of a purgatory state right now that we're trying to rectify.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then, so the video, with Crystal that you did, I will say, I applaud you for doing that video 100%, and, like, telling your story the way you want to tell it. That was amazing, and I commend you for that 100%. Like, you were very brave for coming forward about that, especially when it was forced out initially.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. How did you get in contact with Crystal for that?
So Crystal had been in Sarah's server for quite a bit. We'd sort of, like, passed each other by, never really interacted exactly. But recently, I think actually like a day before all this happened, Crystal sent me a friend request and was like, hey, yeah, I'd seen you in Sarah's videos and stuff before and in Sarah's server, but, like, you seem chill and, like, just kind of chatting and stuff about stuff. And so just starting sort of a friendship. So it's funny because, yeah, we kind of speed ran our friendship is what Crystal was mentioning, I think. Because, yeah, we had our first call just chatting and stuff and going over things, and then this happened. But yeah, so that's sort of how we got in contact. I had followed Crystal for a little bit, especially with all this that had happened. I've been checking out stuff that's been going on. Because essentially when I sort of returned, quote unquote, to the internet, aka this side of the internet, I had a lot of catching up to do on what had been going on, like some of Sarah's videos and stuff, and, like, the glitch jail stuff, so I went back and sort of, like, was looking into some of that, etc. So that's sort of my first time hearing of Crystal, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then in terms of, so you mentioned, so a name that I kind of, like, I kind of got nervous about was when you brought up Gilded Poo earlier. So when it comes to Gilded, are you guys, like, friends or anything, or did he just reach out immediately when that happened?
We have each other added because me and Sarah had a call with Gilded talking about the video me and Sarah made initially in response to Kumo, and then Gilded also sort of mediated a call between us and Kumo as well. So that's why I have him added. Currently, I just have him added for mostly just getting certain information on things. I wouldn't call us friends, and I do want to emphasize I'm not like I don't think he's a zoophile. I don't agree with that, but I don't think his past actions were great. No, I'm not like buddy with him.
Yeah.
But we do have each other added just to get information that's necessary, and in case there's any necessary clarifications that need to be made.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. When it comes to, because Gilded specifically has been going at me and Lio and trying to make, like, gross, like, sexual accusations about us, and it's not great. And, like, that's kind of why, like, I gritted my teeth a little bit, because I was like, uh-oh.
No, I'm not, like, buddy. I don't, like, agree with everything they're saying or whatever. We just, mostly we just had contact initially for that, Kumo call that me and Sarah had because of that conflict with Kumo, which has been settled.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then, so I did see earlier that Sarah also, like, was making a separate channel about, like, the Senate's downfall and stuff. Are you able to kind of, like, elaborate on, like, Sarah's viewpoint on all of this? Because Sarah left Senate not too long ago, like, I think a month ago.
So, I mean, Sarah can probably speak for herself if you'd like to ask her about that. I don't feel comfortable speaking completely on what she thinks because I'm not in her mind. We are pretty good friends, but yeah, I'm not in her mind. And she's also been dealing with a lot of stress lately because she has friends on both sides, and then especially with the crystal stuff happening, and then the stuff with me happening, and then also she has a job, so
yeah, it's just been back to back to back to back for her.
Yeah, I know she's not thrilled with a lot of what is happening, and a lot of people are kind of accusing her of being, like, constantly, like, at bat for Lio with all this stuff going on, when I feel like that's not the case at all. She's definitely critical of Lio and doesn't support some of the stuff that he's done, and has made that pretty clear. But I don't know if she's going to be making her video of her own about where she stands on this. But if she does, she does. If she doesn't, she doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, like, even, like, I'm very close friends with Lio, but even I don't agree with, like, some of the things he does, and I will, like, take him to task on things, so I'd imagine she's getting a lot of flack for that.
Yeah, definitely. I think just because she hasn't made a post directly being like, oh, I hate Lio, everyone go harass Lio, everyone's like, oh, so you like Lio. I mean, people were even saying the same thing to me for quite a while. Of course, until this recent stuff came out, which even then I feel like people don't quite understand my viewpoint isn't like, oh, Lio's evil. Everyone go after Lio. That's not my viewpoint at all. But
yeah, I mean, like, with Sarah, I mean, I think she just, like, posted a GIF or something, and then people were like, oh my god, Sarah's, like, preying on Senate's downfall, and I'm like, I don't know if that was
people will reach so hard on things. I think overall, all of us, like, quite a few of us are sort of, like, quote-unquote preying on Senate's downfall purely because Senate itself has become a mess over time. So,
yeah.
And it's sort of also become a joke for a while, but
yeah.
It's not necessarily
it has been a joke, like, oh, Senate's gay, join house.
Yeah, it's not necessarily preying on Senate's downfall because, like, preying on Lio's downfall, quote-unquote, but yeah, people are gonna take take certain things, so.
Yeah, because I mean, like, with Hidden specifically, like, Hidden was like, hey, just because, like, a lot of you came from Senate, maybe don't, like, say a bunch of random accusations about Lio without context, and then somebody tried to, like, dox Hidden over that, and I'm like, maybe you're all a little insane.
Yeah, there's some insane people on both sides, definitely, I will say that.
Oh, yeah.
Another thing
I do agree.
That GIF is it's kind of a joke on the fact that's Baiji's meme. That's a meme Baiji made. That's why I said, I think I made a post being like, wow, Sarah's so creative and funny. Yeah, I said Sarah comes up with the best memes. I swear to God, she's so creative. Because it's funny because Sarah will repost all these memes that Baiji made and say that she made them. So.
Yeah, love that. Yeah, I more so just read it as, like, even in the Kuma video, Sarah was like, Senate's gay, just join House. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's probably just, like, Sarah likes House better and probably didn't agree with some of Senate's actions. Because, I mean, like, The big problem that was happening on mod staff more recently is mainly just that Lumi and Aaron were butting heads with everyone, especially Lio and Asuka. So with those two gone, I do weirdly think that things on the mod staff will get better, especially because Lio is fine with us calling him out like pretty regularly, and he's there for us, we're there for them. It's just more so that Aaron and Lumi were butting heads with people on staff constantly.
Yeah. One thing I will say is just with people in general, but also of course with Sarah, because I've seen this a lot with people talking about Sarah, is don't make too many assumptions, especially when you don't have really anything to back it up. Wait for a person to say what they're
for
gonna
sure.
say. Don't just like, I feel like people are looking into things a little too much. Like even with the video that Sarah and I put together for the Kuma stuff, people are like, oh, so you're defending Lio. Like, yeah, indirectly, this is sort of a quote-unquote defense of Lio, but it's not exactly intended that way. It's more of an Kumo, you don't know what you're talking about, don't talk about this.
Yeah, like, even Jordan was like, hey, maybe this is going too far, you're all kind of using this for clout.
Yeah.
Like, it was getting really icky to the point where, like, Gilded and Tommy's house were, like, trying to make, like, sexual things about Lio and I, and I'm like, maybe you're all, like, a little bit off the rocker.
Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate at all. I really don't. Even the stuff with, like, Peaches, like, people can think that Lio adopting these kids is weird, because in a sense it is a little strange. I will admit to that. But, like, I think assuming sexual relationships is kind of fucked up. So...
Yeah. Because, like, I did see Opal's statement that came out. I don't know if you saw that. But Opal dropped a statement and was just like, hey, like, I'm not claiming abuse or anything. There were some moments that were not great, but, like, it was fine. I never lived with Lio. And then was just like, yeah, no, people, like, kept on trying to make things sexual, and it was really gross and disgusting, and I don't know why they would do that. But then Opal did directly link it. I'm like, oh my god, why would you do that? Like... Oh,
another thing...
I got really concerned about that.
Another thing is, so about Peach's doc, the section... I said this on Beckett's stream because I was initially confused. The section where they're like, oh, Lio adopts a lot of AFAB kids, like me and Jordan and etc. But then Aaron said, I don't know if they go by both or just Aaron, but I'll just use... It's both, yeah. Said, oh yeah, there were also 2 other AFABs who were both victims of Vita, who...
I remember this.
Lio tried to push into becoming a part of the family unit, and they said no, and then he got upset. So I said on Becca's stream, I was like, I have no idea if this is trying to refer to me, and I was like, just in case if it is, that's bullshit. But so I did ask Lumi about that, and apparently they're like, no, it's referring to Jazz, and I don't want to say this other person's name, but the person who was sort of addressed in my call as well, for the person who I had given their Discord info to Vita. So essentially, I was like, first of all, that person wasn't groomed by Vita. They had like a couple interactions with playing video games and joked about stuff. That was it. So yeah, that I cleared that up. But I was like, I can't speak on whether or not this family thing happened with either of them, but I'm definitely speculative about it, especially considering the document isn't exactly very credible itself.
Yeah, there's not much on the weight of, like, evidence or, like, anything backing that, except for the stuff with you.
Yeah, which isn't
and
even
you
related.
Didn't even give permission at the time.
And it's not even related.
The fact...
Like...
Yeah. Like, the docs are very, very bad, and the fact that Peaches and Lumi sat there for 3 hours in a private call, I think it was like 5 hours, actually. That's how big the time differences were on the notes. Grilling this version that Lio couldn't see. Like, saying that he needs to, like, kill himself and stuff. And I'm like, so you guys are allowed to release bad docs, but if Lio makes a slightly bad script, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Confusion.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's something.
They apparently, according to Lumi, spent 2 days, which the person who edited the video, my call, was Peaches. apparently spent 2 days editing it to censor everything and such and add the notes.
You want it?
I was like, listen, I don't do video editing, but oh my god, I could do a better job in less time than that. Holy shit.
Also, something funny about that. I'm fully convinced the reason that Peaches took 2 days to do it was because Lumi was trying to scare me into dropping Lio on Saturday night, and the thing was going up on Monday, and I asked for the call with you, and they wouldn't give it to me until it was edited. And then 2 days later, they dropped that.
Nah. But no, on top of that,
Like, I think that's
we talked about it in
why.
another video of it, but the censoring was terrible. They messed up the censoring multiple times. And on top of that, Crystal noticed this when she was editing the video. If you speed it up slightly and you don't have it turned off so that it doesn't change the pitch, if you just slightly pitch my voice up, and my voice is just completely normal. So the censoring was terrible. And on top of that, I did learn from Lumi that apparently I want to emphasize on apparently, the reason why the call was clipped the way it was, so only at like 13 minutes, and conveniently right after Peaches interjects. Hero Peaches, thank you Peaches, let me go send you a big thank you note, by the way. You're my hero, 100%. Peaches is my hero, guys. Apparently it's because Peaches claims that they age regressed in the other part of the call, and that's why they clipped it out. Which we didn't have in the call that Crystal and I had. Aaron wasn't there. It was just Lumi, but Lumi and Hidden, of course, had been there to mediate, but
Yeah, I don't have access to the full call, unfortunately, so I can't verify that, because when I tried to ask, they waited 2 days and then dropped all of this. So, I mean, like, to understand how left in the dark Hidden and I were, we found out about the stuff that they were planning on doing on Saturday night, and we didn't even know what they were going to do, because here's what we thought they were going to do. We thought it was going to be a mod call in Senate where the mods gather, and then Lumi and Cosmic were going to address their issues with Lio and say, hey, we don't want to be on mod staff because of XYZ, and we hope you do better with this thing, and the other mods know what to improve on with, like, us being here. Then they leave, they announce that they're leaving, they explain why, and they dip. We did not know there were Google Docs. We did not know Aaron was involved. We didn't know there was a mass Senate exodus. We did not know there was another server. We did not know about the stuff with you. We did not know you did not give permission for it. We didn't know Cosmic was dropping a doc either. And we didn't know that Aaron was going to drop, like, Lio's full name repeatedly throughout it. So we literally thought it was going to be a mod call announcement. Okay, let's work on reforming staff with 2 moderators gone. And that's clearly not what happened. We were so left in the dark about this that Hidden... So here's the thing. Hidden runs the Supreme Court. That was Hidden's community server. So when Hidden got into commentary, like, Hidden would have a server for people to go to. Hidden didn't know it was being used for this Senate, like, mass leaving until people were joining.
damn.
We had no idea what was going on.
Damn.
And actually, so the thing is, so I don't know, are you okay with topics of self-harm? I don't want to accidentally overstep with my retelling of this. Okay, so basically, so on that Saturday, when they said they were working on statements, for when they left, which again, we did not know the extent of, Hidden said, okay, so just to let you know, I am probably going to stay in Senate just to see if there's any way we can improve things and, like, see if we could run things better. And then Aaron tried to attempt on their life because of Hidden saying that.
Fuck. No, apparently this is a repeat pattern I've heard from multiple people. That Aaron
I can give you 5 documented times I witnessed
it. Yeah, that Aaron has suicide baited
in the
or
last
flat
month.
Out just attempted, just to get their way. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It was 5 times in their private server in the last month that I could find evidence of.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Like, it like, literally, Aaron, like, constantly used us.
Like, I personally don't get that as someone who struggled with, like, being suicidal myself and having depression and anxiety and stuff. Like, for me, if I'm ever feeling that way, I keep it very private, partially because it feels like embarrassing and partially because it feels like just such a low point. So I just never understood people just like trying to use that against people. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. I mean, like, in regards to when it comes to, like, Peaches going to people, Laya was literally like, go to Lumi, like, go to people you can trust about this so they can help you through this. But Aaron was doing it to us in this private server, like, regularly.
Yeah, that's not okay.
Yeah, and especially because the thing is, Hidden and I didn't know Peaches until January. Like, it moved really quick.
Yeah.
It was bad. But yeah, and then also there's a lot of impact that wasn't expected with all of this, in regards to, like, Lumi dropping everything. Like, I literally had to stop streaming this week because of the harassment I was getting. And, like, a lot of other people were getting a lot of threats, especially Lio, Ellie was, like, Hidden was. It was bad. I don't know if you experienced any of that because of the story being told, or if it was just support for your story.
I personally haven't received the only sort of like quote unquote harassment or negative treatment I received was during the Kumo stuff. That was about it. Any sort of negative stuff I've only seen occasionally, like because if I see someone streaming about the topic, I'll pop in to see just what's generally going on, what's being said in general, and see if because there's been some sort of misunderstandings and misconceptions about stuff that I'll sometimes pop in and clear up. But sometimes I will occasionally see people be like, "Oh, I don't like you," and I'm like, I don't know you people, but okay. So,
Yeah, just like, okay, shrug.
no, it's funny because a lot of people have been saying they're like, "Oh, Jibs isn't a content creator and stuff," so like, and I'm like, no, I'm just not in the commentary community. I do cosplay. Like, I have a platform on my own stuff.
Yeah.
I just don't do YouTube or Twitter much. This isn't my community, guys. Like, some people are like, "Oh, Jibs is in the commentary community." I'm like, not really. I have
No?
friends in
Like-
it, and I got groomed by someone in it. That's my only connection.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, like, with me and Lio, or not Lio, Ellie, we were probably the easiest to harass because we're streamers and we do make content very actively that people interact with.
Mhm.
Like, that's why, and with Lio's thing, I will quickly address this to you because have you, like, seen the Miku month stuff still going up, like, actively?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So to clear that up, basically all of that was pre-recorded and pre-planned to go live. And the thing was, there was actually a point in the server logs where Lumi is like, he's putting this off for Miku month. He never was. Like, all of it was pre-recorded.
Gotcha. And I personally
And-
don't care too much
and-
about that. I'm like, whatever. If you wanna keep posting
Yeah.
your own personal stuff, like even if it's currently being recorded, like you're free to do that. You can do that if you want. Now people are gonna have their own opinions on it,
Yeah.
even if it is pre-recorded. But
Yeah.
people are gonna
Yeah.
think what they're gonna think. They're gonna think certain things if he's dead quiet. They're gonna think certain things if he's talking. They're gonna think certain things if he's posting a bunch of Miku stuff. It's inevitable.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. But yeah, are there any questions you had for me?
Not really that I can think of, honestly.
Yeah, okay. So I don't think I have any other questions for you specifically. But I do thank you for your time. This was extremely useful. And like, I'll go through the call and everything, just get the sections I need for the video. But yeah, so thank you again for speaking up about all of this.
Yeah.
And coming forward. Like, it was extremely brave, very massive.
Yeah, and if you do have any further questions for me, just let me know. I gotcha. I'll answer
Yeah,
everything to
absolutely.
the best of my ability.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so thanks again. I will talk to you
Of
later.
course, have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And that was my interview with Jibz. Whenever he releases his video on the entire situation, I'm ready to see it and willing to hear out everything he has to say, as Jibz' story deserves to be heard. With the video Crystal made with Jibz to reclaim their story initially, I do hope Jibz can find peace in all of this, as they did not need to be dragged into this publicly. So with Crystal and Jibz out of the way, there is someone else that was unfairly used in the documents released on Lio that I wanted to get the testimony of, as I felt it important to provide some context as to what all went on with this person, and that person would be Asuka Gumi. However, when I reached out to Asuka, I also decided to reach out to the other Senate moderators that were not involved in the BK server, and they had some words. So now it's time to let the other Senate moderators speak their piece on everything that they witnessed and all of the experiences they had with working with Lumi and Peaches. So I'll begin with a party specifically discussed by Lumi in his document, being one Asuka Gumi. Asuka is a Senate moderator who had a lot of experience with Lumi and Peaches up until they left. You'll remember from earlier that I mentioned them earlier on when Lumi and Peaches shit-talked Asuka and other Senate moderators behind their backs. So I reached out to Asuka to detail their experiences with Peaches and Lumi. This is what they had to say.
Hey, it's Asuka. First off, I will not sit here and say that all my experiences with Opal's Peaches / Aaron or Lumi were negative. I did enjoy some of my time with them, whenever it would be by playing guarding phone or being let in when it came to inside jokes. The positive were and are still very much appreciated, and I am grateful for those moments. But I would be lying if I stated that the bads didn't start to outweigh the goods rather quickly, and an overall feeling of uncomfortability and worriness started to creep in fast. The first red flag that I can remember was when I was invited to join Lumi's personal server called Cat Mafia. I was in that server for a couple weeks, and I was told by many members, including Lumi, that it was a space where I could vent, gossip, and shit-talk users freely, and I was encouraged to participate in the backtalk. I was in an handful of VCs in the server in which I would hear users, again including Lumi, talking badly about many, one of which was Aaron. Lumi would let people talk about him in a negative light, and sometimes even add to the conversation. I do not recall exactly everything that was said, nor do I have those calls recorded, so please take everything I am saying with a grain of salt. But I do remember Lumi making fun of Aaron's age regressing and calling him dramatic. This made me uncomfortable, because I was under the impression that Aaron and Lumi were best friends, and I slowly started to distance myself from the VCs. I was removed from that server because I was caught leaking screenshots related to another unrelated situation in the mod chat of the Senate and a document that was shared to me in private by a Cat Mafia's member. Between this situation and the final 2 months of them being in the Senate, a few things happened. I started to join more staff calls where Lumi, Aaron, and I, sometimes joined by other members, would talk. Those calls for most part were okay, but again, things became toxic quickly. For example, Aaron and Lumi would talk about users, some of which they considered their friends. They would call them names, gossip about them, and talk about how abusive they were. I was told a lot, I believed a lot, and I started to participate in a chit-chat, which I am extremely regretful for. I have since contacted the people mentioned, and I have apologized to them. I will state this here now for added context. Aaron and Lumi were never my friends. We were friendly, sure, I will agree with that, but we did not know each other. We rarely spoke. When we did, it was often focused on talking about other people, talking about serious situations, or when we would be comforting Aaron in calls. Things started to go bad on February 13, 2024. I woke up being added in a Discord group chat where Aaron and Lumi wanted me and a bunch of other staff members to start looking into the Jordan situation. I was confused because I did not know Jordan, nor did I ever speak to the guy, so I felt like I was not related to the situation and I couldn't contribute in any ways. So I asked Aaron for clarification on what he wanted exactly. I will admit that I repeated myself a lot, because again, I was confused on why I was asked to get involved. This happened shortly after I told Aaron in a call that I was extremely overwhelmed with the amount of responsibilities I was given. I was expected to go through the entire Nickel Pond situation by myself to help with the Rebecca Starlight stuff and then working on 2 other grooming cases. This doesn't even include the fact that on that day, I was mourning the 1-year anniversary of the death of my friend. I didn't tell him this specific situation because honestly I felt like Aaron would take it as me trying to make this situation about myself, something he complained about other people doing. I had a lot on my shoulders and I told this to Aaron more than once. My repeats were met with Aaron snapping, saying that I was being insensitive. I left the group chat to cool down and eventually reached out to Aaron where I apologized for my harshness and the repeats, but said that I didn't want my boundaries to be crossed again. Aaron responded by saying that I was calling him a backstabber for saying that I felt like I was backstabbing Lio by being in the group chat, which to me made no sense since I was talking about how I felt, not him. Aaron responded by saying that I was being dismissive of him, which I said was not my goal. For a couple days, I tried to talk to the people involved, but I was being ignored. Then a mod call happened where the situation was brought up again, and me and another staff member were called bullies and told that we had no respect for Aaron. Aaron left the call, and Lumi screamed that he couldn't blame him for leaving. I tried to explain my side of things in the admin chat, where I was told by Aaron that I was never screamed at, and that I had no respect for his boundaries, his emotions, and thoughts on the matter. This is when I started to feel backed up in a corner. I noticed a shift on how some members of the Senate, staff, and regulars would talk to me. I would be ignored, my opinions and thoughts would be dismissed, and I felt excluded on a lot. It made me feel like a black sheep, like I was not wanted, and so I just started to take a step back. I spoke less, I joined call less often, and started to focus on my stuff. It was isolating. I wasn't sure what caused the shift, but it started to affect me and how I saw my work. I would say one thing in private and it would be met with a positivity, but as soon as I mentioned it in my chat, suddenly it was not okay anymore and I was wrong. So I stopped bothering. Then the docs dropped. I was mentioned in Lumi's doc where I was called a liar about not leaking stuff and shit talker following a screenshot of me stating another example of Lumi showing emotions over logic was shown. But here is what Lumi failed to mention. About 2 months or so before Lumi, Aaron, and K-Cosmic dropped the docs in the Senate, I was in a call with Aaron and Lumi where Lumi brought up the fact that I leaked screenshot from his personal server, something he explicitly stated he was against. I admitted to it, said that I did share screenshot from his server and that I understood that it meant I broke his trust. Lumi responded that he understood why I did it, but that it went against his boundaries. He followed by saying that he forgave me and that his trust could be easily gained back. I responded by apologizing to him and he said it was okay. I never lied. I admitted of doing it. I stated understood what I did was wrong and I apologized. And he said he accepted my apology and forgave me. As far from me talking shit about him, I was in a server where I could vent about anything, real life, work, internet, feuds, or whatever. On March 6, 2024, I made a comment regarding a situation that just happened in the Senate where Lumi accused a member of the Senate of being transphobic for accidentally misgendering Aaron. I stated that I understood why Lumi did it, but I thought that his approach was stupid and harsh. That's what I said. I didn't talk shit about him. I judged how he spoke to someone. I confronted Lumi about all of this, and I was removed from the doc. Contrary to what Lumi stated, we did not talk things out. I confronted him for lying. I know my statement has been quite long so far, I originally wanted to keep it to the timeline of events and keep my personal feelings out of it, but I have since been made aware of a lot more. During the 2 months period I keep mentioning, I was encouraged by staff members to solve my problems with Lumi and Aaron by talking to them, which I agreed with. So I made multiple attempts through text or voice calls to solve it. Each attempts were either ignored or dismissed. The same people who was encouraging that communication told me about a specific server where Lumi and Aaron would be talking badly about me and encouraging many staff members to hate me, calling me a pushover, a bully, a backstabber, a bootlicker, an abuser, and many other things. I was shown proof of this and given many testimonies. When I learned about this, I was crushed. I felt destroyed. Even though I had my fair share of disagreements with the both of them, I always made it a point to remain open to criticism. I worked hard on my tact, became more aware of people's boundaries, and learned to stand my ground more. They were encouraging me of doing all of those things, while at the same time they were actively telling people that I was deserving in hate and that I was unlikable. I don't know who to trust anymore, in all honesty, and it has shifted my point of view on a lot. I have since blocked both Lumi and Aaron. I don't want to hear about them anymore. Most of the members who didn't bother to get my side have since apologized. It will take me a long time to trust them again, but I hold no ill will towards any of them. As for Aaron and Lumi, you're a coward. You preach about communication and honesty, all while you were actively talking shit about me for stuff you were doing to Aaron and many others. You are impulsive and emotional. For someone that was so offended about my message, you sure did prove me right. Aaron, you are a manipulator and a gaslighter. You preach about respecting boundaries, traumas, and emotions, all while you were pulling the shit you did in that private servers of yours. You are no better than a lot of the people you have spoken against. You have some serious growing up to do. I honestly think that both of you thought I would never respond because I'm quite passive. You were wrong, and I'm not going to be stepped on by any of you two anymore. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Zach, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Asuka, for providing that testimony. It was extremely courageous and appreciated. Asuka wasn't the only Senate moderator that was affected. There were multiple instances where other moderators in calls like Heaton, Mitsuru, and Elimo Meli would be dismissed or directly fought with by Peaches and Lumi on numerous occasions. So I spoke with Heaton, who also wanted to give her testimony in voice. So here is their full statement.
I'm gonna be honest, when I say that working with Peaches was far and away the most frustrating part about modding for Senate. A few highlights. I said during Senate reform that we should ban using slurs altogether, since we wanted to clean up our image. Nope. Peaches was too fond of the R and F slurs to stop, and I don't really care about who can say what when you use them as slurs. It's a tough sell for them to call anyone ableist when they used the R slur constantly. It was a recurring thing that I voiced repeatedly, making me uncomfortable. The only reason I kept telling people that I wasn't their mom was because every time I tried to bring up not using the fucking R and F slurs at every opportunity, I would then get shit for it. I was pulled into group chats made exclusively to talk shit about other moderators, and before they cry and kick their feet about the last mod call I had with them, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the one you made on Dolce. You remember that? That whole separate GC that you used to talk shit about him when he said literally anything after a has-been hotel take you disagreed with? Now, you may say that I didn't say anything about that, so clearly I was back-talking as well. Well, A, barely spoke in it, and B, I told you I didn't like the practice when you did it again for Lio. I specifically told you that I didn't like said practice because I have 15 years worth of trauma about people talking shit about me instead of just telling me I've done something wrong. And you told me my trauma didn't matter, that I had to ignore my trauma because of the way that you wanted everyone to run the Senate. Because that's how it was. Our trauma, our pain, our boundaries, none of that shit mattered. The only person whose trauma we were allowed to consider was yours. And that's the most irritating part. The sand in my fucking shoes. Peaches will cry and scream and kick their feet about how nobody cares about their trauma, about how they're such a mental health advocate, but nobody advocates for them. Until you cope differently than them, or have your own triggers that react to their behavior, or bring up your own experiences, or have any kind of problem with them. More than once, I had to listen to them talk circles around how it was okay for them to ignore my trauma or another mod's discomfort, then sob and cry in a private room while throwing a tantrum because how dare we express that we weren't comfortable, that our boundaries were crossed, that they made us relive pain we had to deal with. We bent over backwards to accommodate, and it was never enough. They would twist, pretend, and lie to make us still in the wrong somehow. I tried to be understanding. I tried to give credit and assurance where it was due. I was nothing but civil and supportive. I cannot continue giving benefit of the doubt. Now, I understand that Peaches has gone through a lot. I am not going to claim that they don't have a mental illness, that the bad things they've said happened to them didn't happen, that they don't have the right to express that things hurt them, or that they don't have triggers and trauma that they have to deal with. All of those things are true. I believe that. I am not saying that any of those things are false, and people who are pieces of shit. However, I think this is what happens when getting help and getting better is not wanted. I think this is what happens when being the victim and being in pain is more convenient. I have kicked several people out of my life because they want to take their every problem out on me or the people around me instead of just fucking dealing with it. Instead of being a goddamn adult and learning to take responsibility for their actions and how they feel, as opposed to making it everyone around them's problem. I think that you can vent just fine. I think that you can go to people when you need them just fine. But when someone tells you that they have a trigger or a traumatic experience, or that they are uncomfortable, or that you have crossed a boundary, or that you have said something that has hurt them, you do not get to use your pain as a cudgel to get them to feel a certain way. I am done with it. I am done with respecting the mental health and boundaries of people who refuse at every turn to respect mine. If you can't take a fucking hint and back down when someone expresses to you clearly, calmly, and concisely that something you have said or done is making them uncomfortable, and react with, "I'm sorry, how would you like us to progress going forward?" No fucking wonder you keep seeming to have this problem. I only tried to extend hands. I was only ever spat on. In that original group chat, I said repeatedly that I wanted to be there if that's what Peaches wanted. Peaches then proceeded to backstab me, tell people that I was trying to trigger them on purpose when I was asking questions that everyone in that group chat wanted answers to. I can't do this. I cannot pretend that I wasn't every bit as diplomatic as I could have been, regardless of how at every fucking turn they made me tremendously uncomfortable. Fine. I'm done being nice. I am done being civil. I am done being diplomatic. I hope that it was all worth it.
So, as evidenced by all the copious amount of testimonies you've seen, the people in Burger King were certainly not the only people affected in the Senate by Lumi and Peach's behaviors. That has been made abundantly clear. Now, though, I want to segue into my involvement with everything. So you may have noticed that throughout this, I've largely left out my own testimony on all of this. I wanted everyone to hear the other victims before I spoke. At the end of the day, I knew my audience would be around for me regardless, but I felt it was important to save mine for later. I wanted to talk about my story specifically because of the fact that while harassment is nothing new for me, with how active I was on Twitter throughout all of this in comparison to the likes of others, I think I need to bring up what happened to me because of Peaches and Lumi's actions. So what did they do? Well, having cross-reference with multiple people in the Burger King server, I learned that the relationship that Lio and I have with each other was being used against him by Peaches and Lumi both. There were instances where Lumi was constantly trying to insinuate that Lio was going to make me his next kid through text completely unprompted, and hiding issues that they had with me behind my back. Instead of talking to me like the adults we all are, they chose to go the sneakier route. On top of the claims that I was going to be Lio's next kid, there were the claims that when I was in his house, he was going to abuse me in the same way that Jordan, Jay, and Peaches were claiming that they were over voice calls. The reason I find this particularly interesting is because of the fact that Peaches knows about the relationship I have with my own family. I won't go into it because it doesn't need to be out there, but I've had my issues with some of my family members in the past that a select few people know about. Peaches was one who knew vaguely what was going on with me and knew damn well that Lio was the only person in my life that I felt I could trust with my own issues. Eventually, Lio and I became really good friends over this time, and I do thank him for how much kindness and love he's shown me through all of this. Genuinely, you guys will probably never know the things that he's done for me, but there's a lot. Meanwhile, I was growing closer to Lio, while Peaches and Lumi were doing everything in their power to make sure those around me would be worried that I was going to be a victim of Lio. I was never a victim of Lio. Of Hopeless Peaches and Lumi, that's a different story. In the run-up to the dropping of the documents in the Senate, there was actually a particular call that occurred in the Burger King. The call had a status set to it in the lounge, and the status read, Creeper Man Orbiter. Now, I didn't join this voice chat because I was disgusted at this, or grab a screenshot because I didn't think about it, but I later found out that the contents of this call were scaring those in the call that Lio would abuse me and calling him an orbiter for growing closer to me. That wouldn't mess with anyone in the call's heads or anything. Certainly not. Mind you, we became better friends because of us enjoying each other's company, and because of him also voicing the other lead character in my VTuber lore series, which he's set to continue reprising in the future once all of this is over. We also grew closer because of Lio being one of the few people in my life I could trust with such sensitive information about myself and my life, and he did nothing but be there for me. Sure, if I fucked up, he took me to task, and I did the same for him. That's something that Peaches and Lumi never did. At least not in the way that they think they did. They refused to say anything to my face, and instead made all of my friends fear for my safety in order to paint a narrative against someone who never fucking deserved it. The worst part is that there's parts of it that I bought. I wish I never bought into it and that I never joined that server. It would have saved me so much trouble and trauma. It would have saved a lot of us a lot of pain. Then there were the repercussions of the actions of Lumi and Peaches. Their little shenanigans got me constant harassment, death threats, people telling me to kill myself, and more. That's more baseline. There's also the fact that a bunch of people were trying to take mine and Lio's relationship out of context in order to spin it as sexual when it never was. Sure, we joke about our sexualities or make a dick joke sometimes, but a sexual thing going on? No. Lio has a wife. She's absolutely lovely and so kind and understanding. Shout out to her if she's watching. You're a real one. Lio loves her to death. Insinuating these things is flat out disgusting and disrespectful to the both of them. On top of that, I never asked to be sexualized like this. Hell, if people shipped me with the character Lio plays in my series, I'm pretty sure neither of us would really give a fuck because it's characters, not real people. But the fact that people have been taking the most extreme version of this and running with it is frankly gross to me. I would appreciate it if this stopped. Especially with everything that has gone down behind the scenes, we both wanted to end. You know who you are. I know who you are. Knock it off. So now, with so many people speculating about the relationship both Lio and I have, my VTuber lore series and its implications, etc., let's talk about that. The first thing to address in regards to it being homoerotic inserts of me and Lio, okay, that's just funny. So a common point brought up in regards to this is that Ivan, the other character in my series, looks similar to Lio's persona, being a buff lion. Here's the thing, the character has existed as far back as July of 2023 at the closest. Sure, he looked a little different, but the principle of his character was the same. In fact, when I did redesign him to look more similar to how he looks now, Ivan as a character remained the same in both storyline and appearance as far back as September of 2023, and these images here show that the redesign happened in July. Lio and I didn't become friends until around December of 2023, which is the same month that I asked if he wanted to voice the characters I thought he would do alright with the role, and he was a friend of mine. After all, it's just stupid, campy writing, so why not? The character was never made with Lio in mind, Lio just happened to be cast in the role. Then there's the jokes about our characters. For example, the main one floating around is Ivan saying, "I've taken quite a liking to you" in episode 1. This screenshot has been shared around by a couple people, but everyone seems to forget the fact that immediately afterward my character says, "Please rephrase that," as a direct response to how that could be seen by those watching. As for any other homoerotic references and jokes, they're fleeting and vague on purpose because I make sex jokes from time to time on my channel, which fits the brand of me as a streamer and content creator. But context matters, which is something no one really bothers to ask for. While my VTuber character is reminiscent of me, he is still just that, a character in a work of fiction. The fact that people consistently act as if that character was me is weird, as it's a part of fictional writing, not part of a memoir. The argument of a self-insert only goes so far, especially if you refuse to do any sort of questioning of the context of the images you love to use. And even if you claim all your assumptions of me being in a sexual relationship are just a joke, A, sexual harassment isn't funny, misrepresenting my relationship to your audience is not funny, and it's just a joke, bro, only goes so far when you grossly represent me, my writing, and my relationships with no indication of it being a joke until days later and continuously harping on the same point. Find better material. But with that cleared out, I'll just end my statement here. To Peaches and Lumi, burn anywhere. You hurt so many of us, and I never want to be contacted by you two ever again. You made all of our lives hell and made me walk on eggshells around you, all at the expense of Lio, myself, and all of the other victims you've all heard from. I never want to hear your rotten names ever again. Fuck off. And to Lio, I know I've worked to repair my trust with you, and you've been nothing but kind to me, and I value our friendship more than you know. You've done so fucking much for me, and I can never repay that. I appreciate all that you continue to do for me, and I'm so fucking happy to call you a friend. I'm glad you still call me one as well. You kept your door open for me, and mine is open to you as well. You deserve people you can trust, and I hope I can be one of them. You're one of mine, after all. Alright, so you've all sat through multiple hours of content now, and I've only really talked about Lumi and Peaches through all of this for the most part, and then talking about Lio as it related to everything that they were doing with us. However, I would like to go over some of the rapid-fire claims against Lio that are just extremely wild to accuse someone of with such little evidence. So now, to close out this video, it's time to rapid-fire the rest of the claims that have recently been brought against Lio, the Senate, myself, etc. that are not addressed here or in Lio's video. Here we go! Number 1, Lio was accused by Kuma of having an Ink Bunny account and a Fur Affinity account that had extremely disturbing favorites relating to cub and feral art. This is false. LioConvoy is also the name of a Transformers character, and people commonly forget this information, like all the time. The Fur Affinity account is not Lio's by his own admission, and proven by the fact that checking the account info where this account was made was far too late to be considered Lio's account, and interestingly enough, the patchwork heart art that they attempted to use to prove this would have linked to Lio's original Twitter account, which no longer exists, because how would Patch manage to link to a Fur Affinity account created 10 months after the uploading of this picture? The Ink Bunny one is a little bit harder to prove, but the username itself makes it clear that this isn't Lio because of the fact that Lio has never once used Sentinel in his online usernames. This account also seemingly went dormant after a small period of use and has no info that would make it out to be Lio. This is an example of a common username syndrome, nothing more. This shit is disgusting, but this is not Lio. And also, by the same logic, all of these other Ink Bunny accounts are Kumo. I'm mainly pointing out how stupid this logic is. No, these people are not provably Kumo. Number 2, me falsely accusing Leah something of sexual harassment towards myself and Lio. I did not accuse her. I accused her community, not her directly. I did say that she joked about it, but also have some clips of her doing it live and screenshots of her fans doing it to her live chat when she did nothing to stop it. I will be talking about her more in the future. Number 3, Doodletones and I being allegedly Lio's next 2 kids. This is false. Lio is not taking either of us in, although this did spawn some fantastic bit material. Thank you, Susie, for this image. Number 4, somebody by the name of Spencer came out on TikTok saying that they had been sexually harassed by a Senate member and told the moderators that this happened and we did nothing. This is only partially true. Spencer did tell Peaches, and Peaches did not relay this information to the rest of the mod team, so we did not have any knowledge of the situation at all until April 17th, where we talked with Spencer directly, apologies were issued, and we went our separate ways. Very sweet individuals, shout out to them. Number 5, Lio allegedly telling someone to KYS in his emails out of context. This is a thing that happened in early 2023, yes, however this person was consistently harassing Lio, threatening sexual assault at Lio and his family, and saying truly abhorrent things that I cannot repeat on this platform without risking my channel getting deleted. While I do not condone Lio saying these things to someone, I can understand where his anger and frustration came from. The context doesn't excuse the action, but it does explain it. And number 6, Gilded Poo accusing Lio and Peaches of allegedly saying sexual comments to a 16 to 17-year-old in mid-2023 in the Book of Omens server. This is also false. This person was 19 years old and was booted out of the Senate and proceeded to go into Book of Omens to fuck around. This person would not have been able to get into Senate if they were under the age of 18, especially considering the time frame of this being mid-2023. You guys are just making things up. In fact, I couldn't even actually find this person's app because whoever uploaded this clip made it so it was like 4 pixels wide. Basically, my thesis for this section is, holy fuck, stop believing heavy accusations with such low bars of evidence, proof, coincidence, etc. Oh my god, this is so tiring. And that is everything that I will address for now. There is absolutely, like, way dumber things that I could address here. However, I think this is sufficient enough for me to say that maybe people are just making things up and running with them in order to make Lio look like a far worse person. Just some food for thought. But now, let's go ahead and finally close all this out. So, now what? We've released our statements, we said our piece. Where is everyone left now? As for the members of the Burger King server, Hidden is going to be turning the Supreme Court into her own community server and not making it what the Senate once was. Hopefully she does alright with it and can move forward with all of this. Sin is a moderator for Hidden's community and doesn't really have an online presence, so he'll probably just keep it that way, honestly. Saya is continuing her work as an artist, and I cheer her on with that. She's extremely fucking talented, holy shit. Billy also doesn't really have an online presence, so I think he'll just keep living life as he was. As for Sunny, I mean, Sunny is just out here being talented as fuck, so like, keep doing you, I will be here with you. As for Cosmic, Cosmic literally purged everything they have, so I don't really think we're going to see their face around ever again. Doodletones, girl, take a fucking break after all of this, oh my god. You deserve it. You've done a lot of work to help both Lio and I now. Please rest a bit and do some fun stuff. Heaton has also been an invaluable part in all of the research done and has been so fucking amazing. They'll probably continue streaming and working on their project, so go you, Heaton, I'm excited for you. As for Ellie, very similar, just probably going to be working on their own projects, and I stay cheering you on, Queen, keep it up. As for Jibz, they're working on telling their full story surrounding their experience in the Senate and where they are now. So for Jibz, keep killing it, dude, I wish you the best going forward. With Crystal, they're working on telling their story with the Glitchtail community, explaining everything in regards to their groomers, detailing their own experience in the Senate, etc. I wish them luck on that, and we'll definitely keep in contact. For Asuka, goddamn Queen, please rest. You've dealt with a lot, and I'd imagine you probably want to chill out with all the backstabbing that happened to you. Go take a nap and we'll keep up, don't worry. As for Lumi and Peaches, fucking burn, bye bitch. Never want to see either of you two ever again, not after what you guys did to all of us. If you guys see them publicly again, get them deplatformed. I never want them back again. If they do come back, I'll make sure they never gain momentum again. Stay gone. As for Lio, I will drag you by the mane on a break for at least a few days. You've gone through hell for multiple years. You deserve better than the treatment you've received from Jay, Jordan, and Peaches alike. So hopefully you don't have to experience that kind of treatment ever again and can be a little happier now. And fuck it, I'll stay your twink secretary just to piss these bitches off. What are they gonna do, seethe? As for me, hopefully this can all return to normal. I have multiple massive things going on, like my new outfit reveal that I posted a few weeks ago, and my birthday stream that happened. I also want to celebrate the amazing things that I'm working on, and hopefully you'll all be around to see them. At least a cat and a peach won't be. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go watch Twitter burn after dropping this video, and finally watch X-Men 97. I've been putting it off. See you next time. Thank you all so much for watching this video. I know it was a long one to sit through, but I really appreciate all of you guys being here and hearing us out. It really does mean a lot to every single person in this video. And I know I stated this in the beginning of the video, but again, please don't harass anyone mentioned in this video, please. Like, that's not a culture I want to spread with my channel. If you have any questions left from what all was said in this video, I am going to be streaming after this video goes live to answer any questions and talk about the situation at large. And if you guys have any specific situations you need more context on, any other questions you may have, that is where I'll be answering them. And again, major thanks to everybody on screen for helping me out in any and all capacities. It really does mean the world. But yeah, hopefully I don't have to get involved with something this horrifically bad ever again. I really wish I never did in the first place, but hopefully now we can all rest. So I'll see you guys at the stream, and thanks again.